Hey everyone, how are you guys doing tonight? And welcome to another episode of Victory Never Sleeps. This is an interesting one because we're going to be transferring into the sagas. One of the big things to remember with this, guys, is that the sagas have important functions outside of, say, Asatru lore based around the gods. But there's a lot of history and a lot of things to consider. So I really think it's going to be interesting. But this is a long one, so we're going to be doing this every Wednesday, every Woden's Day or Odin's Day, throughout the month of December. So, if you're just joining us now, that's awesome. If you know people that may join us later on in the month, don't worry. We will try to kind of recap and give some guidance before we start pressing forward. Because again, there is a lot. And he is an enigmatic character, Egill Skallagrimsson, as far as... sorry, I got all these noises going on. He is an enigmatic character who I think exemplifies fury in some of the best forms. And I think that it's often forgot that Lord Odin is the bestower of ecstatic fury. So we're definitely going to see a lot of that. But let's get into some announcements. Nick, I don't know if I'm on that back chat, if there's any particular announcements that need to be met. So make sure that you like and subscribe and share, and whatever the equivalent is in any of the other places that we're being watched: Odyssey, Twitch, X, Rumble, obviously YouTube, and VK for the Slavic crowds. But definitely make sure that you at least let people know what we're doing here. We're giving out lore and interpretation, and we're also answering questions, and we're answering them openly, honestly, upfront, with no rehearsal or anything of that nature. So we're trying to give you guys the open door to reach out and find out information about Asatru, about the Asatru Folk Assembly, from our hearts and our minds to you. And we had the audio podcasts and so on and so forth. I'm not as good as intros as you are, else here, Goody, so I will leave that up to you. You showed up at just the right time.
All right, guys. Welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps, but one that I'm particularly excited about. For the month of December, Svan and I are going to present to you the saga of Egill Skallagrimsson. Anyone who has read this saga before knows that it's awesome. It is, everybody's got their favorites for different reasons, and there's cases to be made for a lot of them, but this is action-packed and exciting, and about a real person who experienced a spectacular life filled with high adventure. He is our Heilige Mother for December, celebrated with a day of remembrance on the 9th. And in his honor, we wanted to present his saga and read through all of it and share it with you guys this evening and the following 3 Victory Never Sleeps episodes on Wednesdays, or whenever you guys listen to it later. It's a lot. We're going to try to cover a lot of material. I appreciate Svan making the time for this, and I appreciate you guys spending the time with us. going to try to cover 23 chapters a night on this. So that's substantial. You'll look, the chapters are not like pages and pages, but it's a lot. So we're going to go through it. I've given Nick a couple of links. I had hoped to get with Svan earlier to see if he had a preferred version presented to us. But what I found earlier that's really cool that Nick can pull up is a interactive map of Icelandic sagas that's got like hyperlinks to different places in Iceland where a lot of these events occurred. If you Google it, there's plenty of different versions. Do you have one in particular you plan on using, Svan? If not, I've got.
Yeah, the website is called sagadb.org. This is an 1893 translation.
Okay.
W.C. Green.
All right, so that is the one that I happened to have pull up and was going to suggest. So
that's very weird.
Fortuitous.
Yes.
All right.
And I also recommend, if anybody has this book series, this was making its rounds. Very, very substantial. I have cracked it open numerous times. And so yeah, if you have the Saga of the Icelanders, this is good. Very, very
weighty tone in both senses of the word. If you need to bludgeon intruders or things of that nature, it will suffice. But yeah, okay, before we get into the meat of tonight's program, a couple of things up front. It is the first broadcast of December, so I wanted to bring you guys up to speed. We have been making tremendous progress on our efforts to pay off Njordshof. Guys may remember last month, I think we had like 72,000 and change that we still owed. Now this month we have 67,000 and change that we owed. So that is, moving by leaps and bounds. Again, this is kind of the next thing. Getting this off the books means that we can use the money that would be going to interest on this towards other projects. And this means that we can move on to start planning and gearing up for Frey's Hof. So to get Lord Frey's Hof, we need to first pay off and complete the Hof to his father Njordur. And in order to do that, we rely on y'all's generosity. You guys have been amazingly generous. Anybody who's been paying attention has seen this thermo go up and up. So we're doing great. We appreciate it. If you would like to contribute to what we're doing, Nick's got the link up. If not, runestone.org has the link there. If you're listening to this in audio format, know that we have it now to where if every AFA member would give $89 tonight, we would have it paid off in the morning. So something to think about to kind of put it into digestible chunks. But anyways, thank you guys so much for that. With that said, Svan I also will plug the 2025 AFA calendar on sale now at runestone.org. Madison East, wife of Gothi Trent East, did the hard work of putting that together for us. It's a nice thing to have. It has pictures of AFA events throughout the prior year. It's cool. It's calendar. Get yours while they last. We based numbers on last year's demand, so I'm not sure how many we have left in stock, but go ahead and get yours today. And with that, Svan, is there anything folks need to know before we get into the meat and taters of stuff today, like time period, just anything they need to know before the text?
Timelines and like what you had said, just need to know, or just to understand, the placement of Egill's life and his father and grandfather, who are key, really is focused around and dated fairly well around the ascension of the king, Harold the Fairhair. And I don't think it's just a plot convenience that Harold is a huge focus. It was such a changing point in the Norwegian political system to have all of these jarls yoked under one king. And it did cause a ton of problems, and just so much motion was going on around that time. The genesis, if you will, of the Icelanders was really focused around either all the political machinations that Harold the Fairhair was doing in Norway, or what he was doing after he was crowned. But it's in that kind of political time frame, 850 to the year 1000, and this is a little bit before Egill's time, because all of the sagas start off with this. There's almost like not like a mimicry, or just, I guess the style is similar to, say, the way that the Nords perceived biblical things. Like, the reason why Icelanders' last names end with son and dotter, because in the Bible it would say, Abraham, or Isaac, son of, and so on and so forth. So the Nords just kind of saw this as lineage is important. So now we'll name the first names of all of the fathers, and they include the mothers often. So you'll find a lot of lineage heaviness in the beginning, and that's okay. Just understanding, like, they will go back generations and generations and generations. But it is worth noting that these generations were memorized because the writing of Egill's saga was like in the 1200s, so well after, and the stories were spoken of and passed around before they were actually formalized and written down. I honestly don't know if there was maybe some smattering of writings that were being done. Icelanders were eventually known as being the Nords that wrote everything down. But the poems of Egill's saga are just, they're really dynamic, and they're very, very of high quality. It's not just because they were written down. They were passed on before they were written down for a reason, and that was because of his poetic prowess, which is the reason why I think that Egill's saga is one of the most pivotal Icelandic sagas. His poetry, in essence, immortalized it. And but there's huge spans of time between the two, and the stories that happened in between, surprisingly enough, I don't think they really affected Egill's saga like they did some of the other sagas. Some of the other sagas really go into the spiritual and the meta of things going on, and Egill's saga kind of does it in an after effect. Egill's saga Egil will do something, and then suddenly there's the land did react to the way he did this, because Eiríkur, Blood Axe, was ousted from the land. So I think it almost adds a little bit of more gravity to what's going on when we see something magical, or what I would call the meta of, or the supernatural, because it's always kind of discussed in a after effect, and I really do like that. And it does have mythos, but it's surrounded by a sense of grounded reality. And sometimes you find that, and other times you don't, especially the further away you go with the sagas of the Greenlanders. The Greenlanders, I think, are really filled with a lot of magic, but that magic is not substantiated through actual events or actual historical events that can be quantified. We do know that Erikur, the Blood Axe, was brought into Northumbria and eventually became, king and had his kingdom in York. So that's really, really interesting to me. I think it's also important. Why read the sagas at all? Couple of things. Why do we use Old Norse as our last peninsula connected to the ancient world of our ancestors that our religion was worshipped? Because it's the most, or it's the closest to. And so I think it's worth, even though we should understand that the Icelanders and the Nords in general are different than, say, the Germans or the Anglo-Saxons or the Eastern smattering remains of the Eastern Germanics. They are different culturally. They are different in the way that they hold certain values. But this gives us a snapshot into things. That being said, at the same time, being written well after, there were certain things that I think that the writers and the conversion times had started to not embellish, but they focused more on certain aspects. And I think these were a reaction to the way that Christianity and the organized Catholic Church was changing the Nordic world. And in a way, the Nordic mind was, I think they were attempting to also kind of paint the unification of the Nordic lands under Harold as like being very similar to the one church, if you will. And so there's a rebelliousness in the sagas. But the Icelanders, I think, ultimately wanted to keep these stories going because it allowed them to really explain certain early settlements of Iceland and where people come from and what they do and who they are as a people. Some of the sagas are absolutely fascinating as far as certain religious tidbits, and then there's also history of, like, there's an Icelander who was born of a slave from the Baltic Sea, and then it turned out that she was not from the Baltic Sea. She was actually from the northern Irish kingdoms, and her father was a chieftain there, and she had, his name is Kjartan Olofsson, and that story of him going down and just wreaking havoc on the Danes that settled in Southern Ireland and the Norwegians and the founders of Dublin. So if you're a history buff and you like some really cool history, the sagas are worth reading. If you're looking for religious tidbits of information, you'll find them quite often. You just got to get through the structure of them, the sagas themselves, and once you do, you really can catch a lot of things that I think are worth noting or knowing as an Asatru.
Something that I think is important to events, especially important events and momentous things, aren't the result of accident. Events build upon one another, and that's how the tapestry of earth is constructed and woven, is through action. It's through action and the results of that action over time. Cause and effect is a very simple concept to, yeah, of course, but it's a much meatier concept when you view the world through a mythic and a meta lens to where it's not simple cause and effect. It's a very complex cause and effect. And there's benefits and momentum over time. And this flows into our concept of the Nornir and their weaving of that tapestry and their working through it towards destiny and towards projected outcomes. We are tremendously blessed as a people because we have the Icelandic materials. Their position as kind of the fringe of the pagan world as it was gradually becoming Christianized, their codification of our lore and documentation of the closest touchstones of the traditional living existence of our folk is a treasure, and it's something very special. It was the last, in many ways, the last bastion of a lot of this knowledge in its authentic presentation. And their consciousness of the need to record history and record the traditions of their people, even in a literary way or in a poetic way, is really a blessing to us and something that we would be much poorer if we did not have. There's infinite, like, well, how come you guys use, the Old Norse? How come we don't, use Old English? Or how come we don't use Gothic? Or how come, because those people didn't write stuff down the same way that the speakers of Old Norse did, be they Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, or Icelanders. That recorded world in that context is where we got the touchstones and the points of reference and familiarity that we have to connect us to our lore. There's infinite right ways that things could have, would have, should have been done, but there's one way that things were done. And that's what's really important. That's what did happen. If we traveled back, 1,000, in some of these cases, 2,000 years, then yeah, there was a point where any number of branches of our folk and of the practice of our faith could have taken an ascendancy as far as language and culture and codifying and writing things down, but they didn't. These folk did. And it's in those terms and building upon that expression of our worldview and our faith that the modern reforging of Asatru took place. This is the sword that was passed down to Steve McNallen that was reforged into our modern faith. Could have been a lot of swords, but this is the sword that we got and that we've built modern Asatru upon. So familiarizing ourselves with it and with I get that there's a tendency of some people to want to like LARP and try to recreate this world that we read about. That's not practical, it's not reasonable, and it's not a good idea. But what is a crucial idea is to understand the context that the lore came to us through. By understanding that better, we can translate it most effectively and most completely into a modern usage and a modern context and into modern situations. And celebrating the stories of heroes doing great things is good for our soul and one of the core beautiful things about the existence of Aryan mankind since the beginning and continues to this day. So Sit back, enjoy this story. I would encourage everyone to look at the website that Nick loaded with the little interactive map, because it's not just a map of Iceland. It plots things all around Europe. In this saga in particular, they jump around. Sometimes events occur in Norway, sometimes in Iceland, sometimes in England. So yeah, it's hyperlinked if you're going through the chapters in the version that Nick's putting up right now, and you can follow along and kind of click that and get an idea. Even if you have really good geography, it's very helpful. It's extremely helpful if you don't have geographic familiarity with that part of the world in this period in history. So I'm excited for us to go through it. Before we go, I'd like to also acknowledge that Jarrett from Virginia gave us $90 towards paying off Njordshof. We appreciate that so much. Thank you very much, Jarrett. And I think Svan's got something else he wants to say.
Two things. One, I was going to actually run to the restroom before we started. The other is, Jarrett, reach out to me. I'm in Virginia. We can link up. We can hang out. We can do moots, and you can hold bloat, and we can do things. Just keep an eye out.
Your hair. I don't know if your hair is looking funky, or if your hair needs a touch up. This man can do it. I'm
going to run to the restroom just momentarily.
All right. So I sat here and talked for quite a while, and Svan had a lot of opportunity, but no, now is the time he chooses to use the restroom. That's okay. No, guys, I'm really excited to present this, and Svan was the guy I wanted to be my partner in doing this, not only for all the reasons he does on the normal lore, but, you know, we joke around and it comes up a lot, but anybody new, Svan was actually born in Iceland. He has relatives that still live in Iceland, and so he has a lot of, not only is he very well read in our lore and been doing this for decades, but he also has a familiarity with the land, with the language, and with some of the cultural touchstones in a way that our other folk don't necessarily experience in the same way. So I think it's going to be a really good addition to the broadcast. Also, Jason in Texas donated an additional $90 to paying off Njordshof. Thank you so much, Jason. We appreciate it. You guys are being very generous tonight. Thank you so much. Yeah, so other stuff in the meantime. I hope everybody is set up well for Yule. As the month progresses, we'll talk a little bit more about Yule stuff. But that's exciting. I hope everybody is gearing up and really getting into the spirit of it this year. Also, kind of worth noting, and Svan's back, we'll start on the text here in just a second, but I want everyone to, though there's going to be a lot of Svan reading the story to us, this is still a question and answer based program. Please ask anything that you want. We will answer all of your questions tonight, one way or another. I say tonight, we'll answer all of your questions before this broadcast is over, even if it goes into the wee hours of the morning. That said, if the question's relevant to what we're talking about or something we want to, make a little, take a break and detour on to get, we will. If not, we'll go back through. But do please realize you guys are very welcome to ask any questions you might have about this or anything else for that matter, and we'll definitely get to those. It may just take a little bit of time. Oh, also, Sarah Alt bought us 3 coffees. It's a $15 donation. She says, "Good evening, Altair Gothi and Witan Svan. Looking forward to listening to this saga being discussed. Hail Egill Skallagrimson, hail the AFA, hail victory." And hail to you, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I owe Sarah a dynamic Yule card. Every time I think about Yule, we still have it on the refrigerator. It's her and her husband sent a beautiful Yule card with a folded Nordic ship in it that opens up. And ever since then, I've just been like, I need to do something of equivalency in that. But I do want her to know I think about her at Yule, and I was always just blown away by that. So I thank you, Sarah.
All right. Well, Svan, will you begin reading us the saga of Egill Skallagrimsson?
Yes. Again, like I said, the intros are lineage based. It's just really worth noting that the start of this, which is almost it kind of in the beginning is like a familial saga, and then it turns into the focus of Egill. But because it's just too good. There the focus on Kveldolfr and of Skallagrim. And since Egill is the son of Skallagrim, he'll be right kind of before. And it is also just worth noting and remembering that Thorolf is Egill's brother. And there is Thorolf is like a knight. He oaths, he does fealty to king, and he fights and dies nobly. And much of the antagonism that comes from Egill is his attempt to get, in essence, the built up or accrued wealth of his brother.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. I wanted to kind of lay out that Egill is he is a hero, but in a truly frame bending sense. He is absolutely a man of indomitable will and opportunistic. But again, and I mentioned it right before he came on. I think he exemplifies fury in such a just magnanimous way. Like he is, when you think of warriors and you think of heroes and you think of certain warriors, being a certain way, Egill is certainly, he's kind of parallel to, I think, perhaps the virtues that we exalt today. So it's pretty interesting. As we're going through here, let's see. Yeah, I just want to talk so much too about like the certain things, but we'll just cut right in. All right. Chapter 1. There was a man named Ulf, son of Bjalvi and of Halbera, the daughter of Ulf the Fearless. So Halbera is mentioned and you will see the feminine, you will see the women mentioned. Another interesting thing about women in the sagas that's not the same for men is that none of them are spoken of or at least named or nicknamed in a negative sense. You don't always see that with the men. There's negative traits, and there may be a reason for that a lot of people will try to say socially. However, the general sense of naming is that you would be named by your friends a lot. And I think that, people going out and Viking, going a Viking and doing lots of things, your friends get kind of crass and funny.
I was unaware that this was an option. I'm not saying everybody has to do this, but this is actually on the site we usually use with the Old Norse paired with it on Velispa.org.
Yeah, I asked about that. I didn't know. I didn't get a chance to check.
The only reason I was checking is in the version you're reading, she's the daughter of Ulf. What was yours? Ulf the
Fearless.
Yeah, he is described as Ulf the Wicked in the one on the Saga map. Ooh. So I'm looking at the Old Norse to figure out what the original situation was. Anyways.
Yeah, and that, again, most likely is that but it has the Old Norse.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of checking out. But anyways,
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and let's try to knock out a chapter and then talk about it if necessary at the end of the chapter, so we get through them.
All right. So Ulv the Fearless, she was the sister of Halbjorn, half-giant from Hrapnista, and he the father of Ketil Haying. Ulf was a man so tall and strong that none could match him, and in his youth he roved the seas as a freebooter. In fellowship with him was one Kari of Bertla, a man of renown for his strength and daring. He was a berserker. Ulf and he had one common purse and were of the dearest friends. They kept their winnings and earnings together and just spent them as they needed. Just this being a great sense of trust. But when they gave up freebooting, Kari went to his estate at Bertla, being a man of great wealth. 3 children had Kari, one son named Eyvind Lambi, another Alvir Nuf, and a daughter, Salbjark, who was a most beautiful woman of a noble spirit. Her did Ulf take to wife, and then he too went to his estates. Wealthy he was both in lands and chattels. He took baron's rank as his forefathers had done, and became a great man. It was told of Ulf that he was a great householder. It was his wont to rise up early and then go round among his laborers or where his smiths were, and to overlook his stock and fields. And at times he would talk with such as needed his counsel, and good counsel he could give in all things, for he was very wise. But every day, as the evening grew, he became sullen, so that few could come to speak with him. He was an evening sleeper, and it was commonly said that he was very strong, or shape strong. He was called Kveldolf, or Kveldolfr, the twilight or the evening wolf. Kveldolf and his wife had 2 sons, or actually, I don't want to skip over that. That this is often linked and focused on in mentioning with the Nordic understanding of some, in the basic sense, people will refer to it with lycanthropy or werewolf, traditions, and it is again, it very well could have been perhaps a mental or stress or what have you, but he was rumored to just be so cantankerous that people would leave him alone at the setting of the day, and he would transform throughout the day from an inspiring leader and giver of wisdom to just where he was so unable to be talked to. And this he is not the berserker. Kari is the berserker. So I find that very, very interesting, but it's not really mentioned of anymore. But we start to see, in the positive sense, a lot of the things that were held in Old Norse society as being marks of a good man. Counsel, studiousness, waking up early, all of these things. And we'll see a lot of that. That's why I think it's so much value in the sagas. So Kveldolf and his wife had 2 sons. The elder was named Thorolf, the youngest Grimur. These, when they grew up, were both tall and strong as their father, but Thorolf was more comely, as well as doughty, favoring his mother's kin. Very cheery was he, liberal, impetuous in everything, a good trader, winning the hearts of all his men. Grim was swarthy, ill-favored, like his father, both in face and in mind. He became a good man of business, and skillful was he in wood and in iron, an excellent smith. In the winter, he often went to the herring fishing with him many housecarls. But Thorolf was 20 years old. Then he made him, and this is Kveldolf, made him ready to go harrying. If nobody's familiar with that word, there are two uses of the word harrying in English. There is the harrier, or to fly or to flit about, and that kind of also corresponds with harrying, in which again there's the flying or flitting about or attacking of an area. It could be, you could say, the pack of wolves was harrying the herd of caribou, and that would have that sense. So when he was ready to start this time in his life and to test his wit and his will against the waves and against the steel of others, Kveldolf gave him a longship, and Kari of Bertla's son Eyvind and Alvir resolved to go on that voyage, taking a large force and another longship, and they roved the seas in the summertime. So now the sons of the best friends are, working together, and there's a 2-ship group kind of going out and doing things. This got them wealth and had large booty to divide. For several summers, they were out roving, but stayed at home in the winter with their fathers. Thorolf brought home many costly things and then took them to his father and his mother. Thus, they were well to do both for possessions and honor. So here, clearly honoring your mother and your father with the gifts of your labor. And I mean, if your labor is, going Vikingur, the idea too is just whatever tracks that take you, never forgetting about your parents. But they would go home and live with them. Kveldolf was now well stricken in years, and his sons were grown men. Oddbjorn was the king over the Firth folk. There was an earl of his named Hroald, whose son was Thorir. Atli the Slim was then an earl, and he dwelt at Gaula. He had sons, Halstein, Holmstein, and Herstein, and a daughter, Solveig the Fair. I love that name. It just means desirous of the sun. It happened one autumn that much people were gathered at Gaula for a sacrificial feast. Then saw Alvir Hnuf Solveig and courted her. So Alvar Hnuf courted Solveig, but the earl thought of him as an unequal match for his daughter and would not give her over. Whereupon Alvir composed many love songs and thought much of Solveig, that he left for freebooting, but Thorolf and Eyvind Lambi kept it on. So this part here is, you'll notice the general motif of the sagas is every woman is always the daughter of her father. And you will see when someone comes a courting, there's 2 reactions. One, if she deems it fit, if she sees it as the way that she wants to go, then I have no problem with it. That's like one way. The other is no. And I think that the overarching benefit of this societally is that the woman can reject, and was most likely talking to her father, but could reject without offense. And or if he was of some sort of status that was not, befitting or equal to, yeah, there was definitely some societal, benefits to making sure that certain classes stayed with certain classes based on, factors. And those factors don't always necessarily mean economic factors. Because remember, it was based on will and your will to gain and what you were willing to do as far as crossing the oceans and fighting or trading. However, again, if there was somebody of low status, it was kind of seen as like they were unwilling to really test themselves in the world. Not so much just simply that person's a laborer, as it was, most all of these people are laborers. They're farmers, and they move to a certain point where they just don't have to do all the work. They have other people doing the work. But it's just kind of hard to understand the difference between the way, like, say, classes, are viewed now. So now comes Harold the Fairhair. So Harold, son of Halfdan, or the Halfdane, swarthy, was heir after his father. He had bound himself to this vow, not to let his hair be cut or combed till he were the sole king over Norway. Wherefore he was called Harold Shockhead. And this is really just more the shocking visage of him. It was seen as shocking for him to have not combed his hair and to let it grow out unchecked. And it probably was, very ruined, if you will. So first he warred with the kings nearest to him and conquered them, as is told at length elsewhere. Then he got possessions of Uppland. Thence he went northwards to Trondheim, and had many battles there before he became absolute over all the thrones. After that, he purposed to go north to Naumdal to attack the brothers Herlaw and Hrolaw, kings of Naumdal. Interesting again, the entire area is run by two. But when these brothers heard of his coming, Herlaw, with 12 men, entered the sepulchral mound which they had caused to be made. They were 3 winters at the making, the mounds were, and the mound then was closed after them. But King Hrolog sank from royalty to earldom, giving up his kingdom and becoming a vassal of Harold. So Harold gained the Naumdalsmen and the Howloland with a fleet of Maida and Romsdal. But Solvi Bandylegs and Huntheov's son escaped thence, and going to King Arnvid in South Maida, were asked to help with these words. So I've thought about that, just the idea of them going into the mound. And I've wondered if this is some sort of not an actual like closing oneself up and simply dying, but a ritual in which the leading or the leader of the land removes himself from leading by, in essence, dying in the mound, and being kind of removed of power. I just very interesting thing. That's a rabbit hole. I was doing a little reading before we started, so wrote that down to go look into.
Anybody wanting to prep or do any stuff, we're looking at trying to hit 23 chapters a night. So 4 chunks of 23. So anybody wanting to prepare for next week, it'd be chapter 24 through, I don't know, now I got a math, 67. No, I'm sorry, 24 through 47. I apologize.
Let's see. Now here, this part is again a poem or a derived message that is to be passed. So he says, though this danger now touches me, before long the same will come to you. For Harold, as I ween, will hasten hither, when he has enthralled and oppressed after his will all in North Myra and Romsdale. So as he sees it, the foreseeing of all actions, Harold will gain power and crush all others. And so he's sending out this call to arms and or a call to help. Then will be the same need be upon you as was upon us, to guard your wealth and liberty, and to try everyone from whom you may hope for aid. And I now offer myself with my forces against this tyranny and wrong. But if you make the other choice, you must do as the Naldal's men have done, and go of your own will into slavery, and become Harold's thralls. My father, though it victory to die a king with honor, rather than become in his old age another king's subject. Thou, as I judge, wilt think the same, and so will others who have any high spirit and claim to be men of valor. So this turning and really arming towards Harold. Harold's power, I think, is more so the issue, with the inability of you're gaining money for yourself, but gaining money to give to others, like to give to a king. In this area was seen just, it was a desperation. And I think that really is because of the migration era warriors that moved back into the area after King Odoacer of Rome. There was a heavy sense that you had to carve out. But Harold was changing things and bringing everyone under one banner. By such persuasion, King Arnvid was determined to gather his forces and defend his land. He and Solvi made a league, and they sent messengers to Ovbjorn, king of the Firth folk, that he should come and help them. Ovbjorn, after counsel taken with his friends, consented and bade cut the war arrow and send the war summons throughout his realm, with word to his nobles that they should join him. So the only reference there with the bade cut to the war arrow is, again, the possibility, and I'm not, again, 100% sure, because some of this stuff as I run into it, I'm like, oh, that's a due note, because I haven't read this in years. Is that it's just reference to war in general, the loosing of the arrow. Though I don't think it's particularly that they're actually shooting an arrow with a message. But when the king's messengers came to Kveldolf and told him their errand, and that the king would have Kveldolf come to him with his housecarls, thus answered he: It is my duty to the king to take the field with him, if he have to defend his land, and there be harrying against the Firth folk. But this I deem clean beyond my duty, to go north to Mera and defend their land. Briefly, ye may say, when we meet your king, that Kveldolfr will sit at home during this rush to war, nor will he gather forces, nor leave his home to fight with Harold Shockhead, for I think that he has a whole load of good fortune, where our king has not a handful. So he's basically stating here that he does not believe that the tide of Orlog is in the favor of his king, but he's caught and doesn't want to be seen as a coward. He just thinks that it's a fruitless endeavor. The messengers went back to the king and told him how their errand had sped, but Kveldolfr sat at home on his estates.
So we come to a chapter break. I want to take the time to acknowledge G.W. Farnsworth bought us 5 coffees. Thank you. We appreciate you. You are a consistent donor on here every week. Every one of those coffees is a $5 donation. We really appreciate you. Thank you. Another thing I wanted to kind of note as we go through this, because unlike Eddic poems and like high mythology or things that way, this is a historical recounting of real people doing real things. And I want, as a couple of mental notes for us to just kind of digest and keep in mind, there is a common thing to say today about no more brother wars. I get that in the current political context that we live in, it makes a lot of sense. And I'm not saying I don't support that as a concept, but it's also, we need to be real. Almost all the wars of our ancestors are brother wars, because we lived in a world that was much smaller and there was a lot of infighting between things. And that said, in the world of certainly the Icelandic sagas, people are closely related to one another with mutual bonds and relationships and find themselves on different sides of things. In that way, a lot of things are similar to the American Civil War in the fact that you find people with conflicting alliances that don't know what to do because they're loyal to their state, but their kinfolk live over here, a couple of counties over, that are on the other team. And what do you do? There is a lot of that, but in a much more complicated matrix, because there's so many small kingdoms. You hear kings spoken about, and they're the king of like their valley. Other times you hear, an earl or one of Harold's men, and he is the king over, or he's the earl over several valleys, but he's fighting against, King so-and-so that's got 50 retainers. So you've got a lot of complex things there. And the other thing is, this isn't a work of fiction or a morality exposition. These are real people doing things. And I think that as grown people, and any children listening to this, go for it. You pick a good guy, pick a bad guy, and root for your team. I get that. But as grown people, there's not always a bad guy. There's not always a good guy. Sometimes there are 2 different men in different valleys that have competing interests, and they got to go out and see which one's going to get to eat and which one's not. And so it's really easy to read this story and try to pick sides based on perspective. But it's also important to realize that there's good people on both sides of things things aren't necessarily binary, and duty often puts good people on the quote unquote bad guys team and bad people on the quote unquote good guys team. And there's just realities of stuff that works that way. So when you read this, or when you experience any of the history of our people, I mean, I'm not saying don't root for the home team, but realize these are all men who are making independent decisions that are what's best for their family and what they, are compelled to do. Sometimes these men are heroes, sometimes they're villains, sometimes they're somewhere in between, and they're choosing to be loyal to their lord or not, to support and care for their family's interest or not, to avenge their kinsmen or not. And it's just really important to view these people through that matrix. History is really important to me. If we read about something in the news that is concurrent, we're very emotionally attached and we're appalled by tragedy, and we are, exalting of glorious things. When we look in the past, we tend to look at real people as if they're some kind of fictional characters, and we don't appreciate the reality of their struggle. So when we read the sagas of real people, these are men and women like you and I. These people have families like you and I. These people get scared. These people get emboldened with battle lust. These people get emboldened by regular lust. These people have to deal with the same mental conundrums that we have to deal with, but in a different context and a different age. But these are men and women like you and I, and I think it's really important to just consider it through that lens while we're looking into it.
Yeah, I think this is a lot of people might be like, well, where's Egill? There's context, and it really is about the hefty chunk of an understanding of what was going on in Norway. This isn't even in Iceland. And this is, predating.
Yeah, this saga is bigger than the life of Egill Skallagrimsson.
Yeah.
That's the focus of it. But one of the things, it's fun and awesome to read the story of a hero doing cool stuff. I can make it sound more eloquent than that, but at the base, from little boy to grown man, I'm not sure how you ladies experience it, but it's always cool to read adventure stories, and even cooler when they're real people who did real things. Beyond that, for a religious context, what's so cool about the sagas is it gives us a glimpse into that world, the geopolitics of the time, the cultural touchstones, and the context. And that really helps to clarify our lens when we read our lore and when we, process more overtly religious elements of our faith. Continue.
Yeah, so Harold is on the march. He is taking over vast swaths of land, and other areas are starting to spread. He's a tyrant or what have you, and they're really doing this to muster troops. They need to go to other landholders and different people, send their messengers out, and ask them for bodies. They need axes, they need spears, they need men ready to fight. Harold is gaining power, and they want to stand up to him. And again, this is nothing new. like Asatru they said, this is nothing new as far as wars being fought. But this is different in the sense that Harold is using all different kinds of tactics to either bring people under him or yoking them with his power, with the ultimate culmination of uniting Norway under his banner. And this was not going to be an easy task, and he knew that. And as of, as so far in this story, Kveldolf, who is the grandfather of Egill, is not having it. And, for whatever his reasons to be, whether it's, not wanting to lose menfolk, or ultimately too, he may have plans when things turn, watching to see how this goes with, between, Harold and Oddbjörn. So, let me see. Okay, so that same autumn, the sons of Atli set to Alvernuf at his home, and would fain have slain him. They had such a force that Alvar could not withstand them, but fled for his life. Going northwards to Maida, he there found Harold and submitted to him, and went north to the king of Throndheim, and he became most friendly with him and remained with him for a long time thereafter, and was made a skald. In the winter following, Earl Ragnarsvold went the inner way by the Ide Sea southwards to the Firths, having news by spies of the movements of the king. Vaemund, he came by night to Naustdale, where Vaemund was at a banquet, and surrounding the house, burnt within the king and 90 men. After that, Karl of Bertla came to Earl Ragnvald with a longship fully manned, and they too went north to Maida. Ragnvald took the ships that belonged to Vaemund and all the chattels he could get. Kari of Bertla then went north to King Harold at Throndheim and became his men. So right now is Game of Thrones level machinations going on. People are, being usurped either overtly or softly, but people are being removed, and people are now going northwards, and they're making allegiance with Harold. And so this is just giving all of those kind of, hand and sword details as Harold starts to gain his power. The next spring, King Harold went southward along the coast with a fleet, and subdued the Firths and the Fells, and arranged for his men of his own to rule them. So he starts to set up his jarls, or his earls or barons. Earl Hroald, he set over the Firth folk. So difference between Hroald and Harold. King Harold was very careful when he had gotten new peoples under his power about barons and rich landowners, and all those whom he suspected of being at all likely to raise rebellion. Every such man he treated in one of two ways. He either made him become his liege man, or go abroad. As a third choice, suffer yet harder conditions, some even losing life and limb, Harold claimed at his own through every district all patrimonies, and all land tilled or untilled likewise, all seas and freshwater lakes. All landowners were to be his tenants, as also all that worked in the forest, salt burners, or again, people who made salt from burning water and evaporating the water to make sea salt, hunters, fishers by land and by sea. All these owed him duty or tax, but many fled abroad from this tyranny, and much waste wasteland was then colonized far and wide, both eastward in Jämtland and in Hälsingland, and also to the Westlands, the South Isles, Dublin in Ireland, Caithness in Scotland, and the Shetlands. And in that time, Iceland was found. So overall, I think that it's just important to understand that turmoil is one of the big motivations for this particular expansion of the Norwegians out of Norway. Harold was successful in what he was doing, and a lot of people did not want to pay tax or to owe fealty or be called to war, especially with a king that they had no bonds with. And also that they would lose some sense of being able to kind of build or expand on their own power. That now they would have to answer to someone if they decided to do something. So this really caused massive expansion into the Orkney Islands, into the Faroe Islands, into Scotland, into Ireland, and ultimately into Iceland, which was it was already discovered, but was not settled. The folk didn't really know what to do with it yet. And it wasn't even fully named yet.
Of grounded reality.
Oh, I'm getting an echo. Let me see. So we start with chapter 5, the message to the king's message, to Kveldolf. King Harold lay with his fleet in the firths, whence he sent messengers round the land to such as had not come to him, but with whom he thought he had business. The messengers came to Kveldolf. So now Othbjorn's men, and Othbjorn himself, having lost the firths, now Harold sends messages to Kveldolf. They set forth their errand and said that the king would have Kveldolf come to him in audience. He has heard, said they, that you are a man of renown and high family. You will get from him terms of great honor, for the king is very keen on this, to have with him such as he hears are men of mark and strength and bravery. And it's also worth noting, Harold was probably very well aware that Kveldolf did not join his opponent. So that again would garner a kind of an essence that they, to reach out and build allegiance so long as Kveldolf could give fealty to him. Kveldolf answered that he was an old man now, not fit for war or to be out in warships. I will now, he said, sit at home and leave serving kings. Upon this message, the messenger said, then let your son go in your stead to be king, or to the king. He is tall and a likely warrior. The king will make you a baron. Said they to Grim, if you will serve him. And Grim said, I will be made a baron under none. While my father lives, while he lives, shall be my only liege lord. So now there's the ostentatiousness against Harold. This could be seen just really as not a good move. I mean, not banding together in one direction and now having the more successful victor looking at you. But again, this is oftentimes the overarching cut of the future Icelanders. And I think that ultimately the story is playing into this a little bit. The Icelanders or the future Icelanders, being of these people who would not have rule by the king, I think was popular with most Icelanders. So the messengers went away, and when they came to the king and told him all that Kveldolfr had said before them, whereat the king looked sullen, but he spoke little. These men, he said, were proud. And what were they aiming? Or what were they aiming at? Alvernuf was standing near, and he bade the king not be wroth. He said, I will go, said he, to Kveldolf, and he will consent to come to you as soon as he knows that you think it a matter of a moment. So, now Alvir says, like, don't immediately fly into war. Let me talk to him. I can convince him. And he will join you. So Alvar went to Kveldolf and told him that the king was wroth, that he was angry, and it would not go well unless one of the two, father or son, came before the king, he said, too, and that he would get them great honor from the king if they would but pay homage. Further, he told them at length, as was true, that the king was liberal to his men, both in money and in honors. So, and again, this usage of the translation of liberal is about being open-handed and being kindly to his loyal subjects, if you will. And Kveldolf returns and says, my foreboding is that I and my sons shall get no luck from this king, and I will not go to him. But if Thorolf returns this summer from going out of Viking, he will be easily won on this journey, as also to be made the king's man. Say you this to the king, that I will be his friend, and will keep to his friendship all who heed my words. I will also hold the same rule and authority from his hand that I held before from the former king. If he will that it continue so still, and I will see how I and the king agree. So nothing's going to change for me. I was ruled over by Arbjorn, and now I'll be ruled, in essence by Harold, but things will not change for me. He did say, kind of again, linking out or laying out perhaps a carrot, is that one of his sons, particularly Thorolf, who has already gained renown, may find it pleasing, desirable to go and speak to the king. But he's not here now. So he's, again, I'm old. I don't want to change. Maybe one of my sons will do it. Obviously, Grimr has already, stated that he will not do it. He will only follow his father. So then Alver went back and told the king that Kveldolf would send him his son, and he, said Alver, would suit better, but was not then at home. The king let the matter rest, and in the summer he went inland to Sogn, and in autumn made ready to go northwards to Trondheim. So, in a way, Alvir is keeping the peace and buying time, and he's really banking on Kveldolf's son to move in and build better agreements, and in essence, to kind of wait for Kveldolf to kind of not be able to lead and perhaps fall into sickness. And so this kind of, again, gives his king Harold a chance to stop warring. He just warred heavily. There's a heavy loss with every war. And so the benefit is, if he wants to move against Kveldolf, now he'll have more men and they'll be healed up. And it won't be a war after a war, conflict after conflict. So in chapter 6, Thorolf resolves to serve the king. And that's pretty much what you're going to find is Thorolf is seen as the exemplary and Egill is often seen as the dastardly at times. Excuse me, actually, a different Thorolf. I forgot this is a generation before.
Uncle Thorolf.
Yeah, this is Uncle Thorolf. But again, the name starts to stick with a consistent set. Thorolf Kveldolfursson and Eyvind Lambi came home from sea roving in the autumn. Thorolf went to his father and son had some talks together. Thorolf asked what had been the errand of the men whom Harold had sent to the lands. And Kveldolf said the king had sent them with a message that Kveldolf, or else one of his sons, should become his man or be one of his lords or a thane of the king. And Thorolf asks, well, how answered thou? And Kveldolf said, I spake what was in my mind, that I would never take service with King Harold. And ye two will both do the same, if I may counsel. This, I think, will be the end, that we shall reap ruin from that king. That, said Thorolf, is quite contrary to what my mind tells me. For I think I shall get from him much advancement, and on this I am resolved to seek the king and become his man. And this I have learnt for true, that his guard is made up of none but valiant men. So now King Harold is applying a second tactic, and this tactic is to be freely giving to the men who oath fealty to him, and their honor and their renown building, it becomes an attractant to other freemen. And it's working. And Kveldolf knew it was probably going to work with Thorolf. He knew his son well. To join their company, if they will have me, seems to be most desirable. These men are in far better case than all others in the land. And 'tis told me of the king that he is most generous in money, gifts, and the like to his men, and not slow to give them promotion and to grant rule to such as he deems meet for it. So he's a giving king, a king that gives wealth and lands. Whereas I hear this about all that turn their backs upon him and pay him not homage with friendship, that they all become men of naught. Some flee abroad. Some are made hirelings. It seems wonderful to me, Father, in a man so wise and ambitious as thou art, that thou wouldst not thankfully take the dignity which the king had offered thee. But if thou thinkest that thou hast prophetic foresight of this, that we shall get misfortune from this king, and that he will be our enemy, then why didst thou not go to battle with him, against him, with that king in whose service thou wert before? Now methinks it is most unreasonable neither to be his friend nor his enemy. And there is a huge tenet of understanding. Kveldolf is immediately, by not choosing sides, by not acting, he is, the neutral party, and he's the fence sitter, or in essence, he's worrying only about himself. And, Arbjorn, the king before him, was relying on him joining, and he didn't. And now the king is like, maybe I have an ally. And he says, no, I'm not an ally either. But I think ultimately he's banking on his sons kind of smoothing things over, and he's just not willing to go down into his, dying days as being, yoked by anyone. But yes, again, the big thing is, you can't have friends if you don't know what an enemy is. You can't have a hero if you don't know what a coward is. It's super important And Thorolf is saying this, you shouldn't be just neither a friend nor an enemy.
Got to pick a side, and that's one of the things you see sometimes. And this is a thing. You see old men finding these power plays happening and kind of sitting back and seeing which side's gonna, who's the winning team and how to get on the winning team, and then how to structure it with their children as pawns to where they have the maximum flexibility with it. And that's a common political play by nobles in medieval Europe. And I think forever you see the wise old man that's seen a lot of stuff and seen a lot of people start up really hot and then burn out in a lot of things in their life. And so they kind of try to play the odds for what's the best setup for their children, especially if they don't think they're particularly long for the world. They want to know, how do I set my kids up to be on the winning team, to not become the enemy of powerful people, but also not to be too much associated with something that I don't trust yet. So we see that a lot, and I think it's kind of important. Random side note for over in the chat. Freya, join. We'll get you set up. We'll get you figured out. Don't worry about it. Money's not a thing. That's not the point. I just want to put that out there to you personally. There's a whole big side note thing. Might as well take the opportunity, because it's there, to explain the Hoftoller. So we have somebody over on the side mentioning, money's tight, things are going on. They may want to join, but they can't because, they're dealing with some money stuff, and they'll join when they can pay and whatever. It's not about money. That's not the point. Yes, we absolutely need money to keep Hofs open, to keep running, to do what we do. But it's never about that. There's never, ever anybody who is not allowed to participate in the AFA because they're broke. That's not real. There's also not allowed to be people who are members of the AFA that refuse to contribute and be part of the team. So where those two things collide is a whole lot of discretion. Freya, seriously, don't worry about money stuff. I see your application come in. We'll get you set up. We'll figure the rest out down the road. Don't worry about that. So we have a thing called the Hoftoller. And it's interesting because there was a time, and I was reading something in The Elder Gods by Stephen Pollington about Anglo-Saxon England, when there was the battle between Christian and pagan over there. The Christian clergy were very lamentful that the Christians were so reticent to contribute and pay their tithe, when they had, the Asatru of the time were magnificent in their contributions to their temples and towards their gods and towards Asatru. There's a thing called the Hoftoller, which literally means Hoftoll, and the idea of it was a percentage-based giving towards their religion, towards Asatru. And that's what we have worked hard over the last like 6 years or so in the AFA to really push and advance. The AFA for a long time, when we started out, there's a lot of membership dues. And that's very much a club kind of model, and it got us to where we were. But where we need to be is a much more religious giving model. A lot of people hear the word tithe and like, oh, that's the thing the Jews do. And it is in that, that word and that verbiage. But the idea of percentage-based giving, something I looked into when I became the Alzhirigothi of how do we do this right? That's common across most religions that I could find, is some sort of a percentage-based donation towards your gods, your church, and your religion. And that's what the Hoftoller really is. The idea of the Hoftoller is an honest 1% minimum and however much maximum you would like to give towards our ability to do stuff. The cool thing about that is it's percentage based. So if we've got a bunch of, bajillionaires, then we're doing great and we're able to do a lot of things. But if we have somebody of very, small means that can't give a lot, even down to zero, if they're completely homeless and make zero, 1% of zero is zero. But the percent makes it fair all the way across the board. And when people are doing well, we all do well. And when people are doing poorly, we all, share that. And the tide of our folk rises and falls with how our members are doing. But it's a very good option for people that, maybe they're a single income household, because we want every adult member of a household to be an independent member of the Asatru Folk Assembly and not a plus one. We want them individually to be members of our church. But if the income's not like that, that's fine. The Hoftoller can be about the household income, and we get that all figured out. But anyways, I just want everybody to know it's not about that. If people are having a hard time or having a hardship, it's not about that at all. Unfortunately, what we've learned is if we don't track that and enforce that and push on it, a lot of people are unwilling to give support and contribute to what we do. So yes, it's a requirement that people contribute and be part of stuff. But if you're eager and you're actively involved and you're doing stuff, we'll work it out. We'll figure it out. It's, despite what anybody might say, it's not about that. I mean, we obviously need money to keep the lights on and do things, but we're not about shaking everybody down to be part of our church. That's not what it is. We do want people contributing and people who are actively engaged. So we would love to have you if you can do it and get set up. And I look forward to seeing your application. Cool. That was an aside, and I gave you a potty break there or whatever you needed.
I mean, did you mention too just the discovery of that, like going towards it from Founder McNowan?
No, so this is okay. So kind of a random and funny aside.
Yeah, this was crazy how fortuitously.
So we're in the early days of things. We are coming upon this month and the beginning of next month. This month will close out the 30th year of the Asatru Folk Assembly. We will be marking 30 years in the books at the turn of the year. So that said, it's hard to, when you're starting something out, to know where it's going to go and to take the time to preserve all of those things. But looking back, we tried really hard to go back and archive the old runestones. We've done a great deal of that. Nick, this is a good time for a link for the library at runestone.org if you want to go check it out. We've been able to digitize and catalog the old runestones, which was the original Asatru publication that our founder, Stephen McNallen, established. I think the first one was like 72. And so there was, anyways, we're recapturing a lot of those old ones. In like 1982, I think I found where he talked about trying to get people to do a percentage-based giving that he called the Hoftoller. And he even said the Christians require 10%. We're only asking for 1%, which was kind of shocking because that was the exact idea that I had in 2016, 2017 that I had no idea had been tried before. It's been a struggle starting something new to get people to want to actually contribute. And that was part of the reason for the failure of the Asatru Free Assembly, is people were not wanting to be part of something bigger and not wanting to contribute to making this work in a serious way in a lot of ways. Asatru's grown up a lot since the 80s, and I'm so very proud of our folk and impressed and appreciative that we've got people who are very generous these days. And it makes a huge difference. It means a lot. It is literally the reason that we're able to have 4 Hofs so far. And we've got plans and we're working towards great things. We're able to do this because you guys are generous and because the folk that are part of our AFA family give of themselves and literally put their money where their mouth is to make this move forward. And we're so very appreciative of that. And I don't want that to ever be lost or, anyone to think that's not appreciated, because it absolutely is. Thank you. With that, we've got Rage of Red bought us 5 coffees. It's a $25 donation. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for all that you guys do, Matt and Svan. Hail the AFA. Well, hail to you, Rage of Red. We appreciate it. Svan's back in action. What chapter are we on so everybody can follow along with you? Are we starting 8?
No, so Thorolf is about to leave his father's homestead. So we are at the bottom of chapter 6.
Copy that. I was reading a little bit ahead. All right.
Yeah, and he says, that Thorolf says to his father, I think it's not good that you do not claim to be an enemy or a friend of this new king. And so the father and son are having these discussions about the politics of the land and their people and where they're going to go from here. And as it went, said Kveldolf, just as my mind foreboded, that they marched not to victory who went northwards to fight with Harold, Shockhead, and Maida, and equally true will this be, that Harold will work much scathe on my kin. But thou, Thorolf, will take thy own counsel in thine own business, nor do I fear, though thou enter in the company of Harold's guards, that thou will not be thought capable and equal of the foremost in all proofs of manhood. Only beware of this. Keep within bounds, nor rival thy betters. Thou will not, I am sure, yield to others overmuch. So he says, this is the point in which your life is your own and your decisions should be of your own. But when you go there, don't get, again, this kind of propheticness. He's saying, don't get so caught up in the victories of Harold. And this is of his opinions of this time. And then he says, I have no doubt you'll prove yourself well, but don't, find out where you're at and never make rivals of those who have more or are better than you. But yet at the same time, never be so forgiving that of yourself, giving to others overmuch. Be reserved and find out hierarchy and learn your way in. So when Thorolf made him ready to go, Kveldolf accompanied him down to his ship and embraced him with wishes of his happy journey and their next merry meeting. And then we switch over to chapter 7. Chapter 7 of Bjargolf, Brynjolf, Bard, and Hilderíðr. So it kind of segues. There was a man in Hálóaland named Bjargolf, Mountain Wolf, and he dwelt in Torgar. He was a baron, powerful and wealthy in strength and stature and kindred, half hill giant. So there we see this usage again of hill giant or half hill giant. It's the translation of the word is Halv Berg Risi, because we know that the word Risi seems to be also utilized. It's not like a Jotun. A Jotun is seen as an elder being of ancient source, even as old as the gods. But a Risi is more of a localized kind of concept, an idea of like a troll or a being of great power. And that we could discuss on length later, but about the idea of how bloodlines could be mixed with half giants. But the general idea is that upon someone being of massive size or massive strength, it was always kind of referred to that they were of hill giant stock, or they were there must be blood from the Risi, the mountain Risi have somehow born into your bloodlines. That would explain why you guys are so massive. So we'll see that a couple times. So he had a son named Brynjolf, who was like his father. Björgulf was now old, and his wife was dead. And he had given over into his son's hands all business, and found him a wife, Helga, daughter of Ketilhæing of Hrafnista. Their son was named Bard. He soon grew to be tall and handsome, and became a right doughty man. So, Björgulf has a son, Brynjolf, and Brynjolf marries the daughter of Ketilhæing. Her name is Helga, and they have a son named Bard. One autumn, there was a banquet where many men were gathered. Björgulf and his son were being there the most honorable guests. In the evening, they were paired off by the lot to drink together, as the old custom was. So that, I think, is interesting too. Just the idea of either being randomly selected, or as it were, just to have like the person either across the way from you or right next to you was kind of like your drinking buddy for the night. So now there was at the banquet a man named Hogni, owner of a farm in Leka, a man of great wealth, very handsome, shrewd, but of low family, who had made his own way. He had a most beautiful daughter, and her name was Hildarida, the ride to battle or battle rider by name. And it fell to her lot to sit by Björgulf. They talked much together that evening, and the fair maiden charmed the old man. Shortly afterwards, the banquet broke up. That same autumn, old Björgulf journeyed from his home in a cutter of his own with 30 men aboard. He came to Leka, and 20 of them went up to the house, while 10 guarded the ship. When they came to the farm, Hogni went out to greet him and made him welcome, invited him and his comrades to lodge, which offer Björgulf accepted. And they entered the room, but when they had doffed their traveling clothes and donned mantles, then Hogni gave orders to bring in a large bowl of beer. And Hildarida, the daughter of the house, bare the ale to the guests. So we can see, again, more customs here. And it, it's the lady is bearing forth ale to these visitors. Björgulf called to him Hogni, the good man, and said, "My errand here is this. I will have your daughter to go home with me, and will even now make with her a hasty wedding." Hogni saw no choice but to let all be as Björgulf would. So Björgulf bought her with an ounce of gold, and they became man and wife. So here, one thing is, it's this Hogni and his daughter and his family can now move up in station through marriage and connection with Björgulf. And the bride price, if you will, was an ounce of gold. They became man and wife, and Hilderida went home with Björgolf to Torger. Brynjolf showed him ill-pleased at this business. Björgolf and Hilderida had 2 sons. One was named Harik and the other Heirik. And then soon after this, Björgolf died. But no sooner was he buried than Brynjolf sent away Hilderida with her sons. So Brynjolf did not take kindly to his father wedding and marrying a younger woman and having children that could also make claim and pull themselves up in station. So he sends her away. She went back to her father at Leka, and there her sons were brought up. They were good-looking, small of stature, but naturally shrewd, like their mother's kin. They were commonly called Hilderida's sons. Brynjolf made little count of them and did not let them inherit any of his father's properties. Hilderida was Hogni's heiress, and she and her sons inherited from him and dwelt in Leka and had plenty of wealth. Bard, Brynjolf's son, and Hilderida's son were about of an age. So, in essence, they're giving more political standing as it moves towards the foundings of folk in areas in the story. But it just kind of also is stated matter-of-factly about who is who and what is what. And in this case, no war came of this, no rivalry. But it was that Björgolf's son Brynjolf was just not having this. And when he sent her back, she raised her sons there with her father, and was due to his things. So he didn't really put her out. But again, yeah, all of these marital kind of situations, going on. So Björgolf and his son Brynjolf had long held the office of going to the Finns and collecting the Finns' tribute. So Finnmark or Finland, and again, taking people under yoke there, with trade, pulling furs and things from the Finns, and then, doing these exchanges, and also building bigger and better settlements, and they would pay tribute. Northwards in Haloaland is a firth called Vefsnir, and in the firth lies an island called Alost, a large island and a good and good. That says and a good, sorry, and good, and in this a farm called Sandnes. There dwelt a man named Sigurd, the richest man thereabouts in the north. He was a baron and wise of understanding. He had a daughter. Her name was Sigrider, the rider to victory, and she was thought of the best match in all of Haloaland, being his only child and sole heiress to her father. Bard Brynjolfsson journeyed from home with a cutter and 30 men aboard northwards to Alost, and came to Sigurd of Sandnes. There he declared his business and asked that Sigrider be his wife. This offer was well received and favorably answered, and so it came about that Bard was betrothed to the maiden. The marriage was to take place next summer. Bard was then to come north for the wedding. Chapter 8 of Bard and Thorolf. So, King Harold, this is back to him now, had that summer sent word to the men of power that were in Haloaland, summoning to him such as had not come to him before. Brynjolf resolved to go to Harold, and with him Bard, his son. And in the autumn, they went southward to Throndheim, and there they met the king. He received them most gladly. Brynjolf was made a baron of the kings, and the king also gave him large grants besides that which he had before. He gave him withal the right of journey to Finnmark, or to the Finns, with the king's business on the fells and the Finn traffic. So all the trading that was happening on that side of Finland. Then Brynjolf went away home to his estate, but Bard remained there at Harold's, and he was made one of the king's guards. Of all the guard, the king most prized his skalds. They occupied the second high seat. Of these, Audun Illskald sat innermost. And it just, interesting, Illskald. Not ill like sick, and not ill like a bad poet, but a skald of dastardliness. He was that name, Illur is like a worker of bane. So a skald that works bane is just super interesting to me as a name. He had been skald to Halfdan the Swarthy, King Harold's father. So next to him sat Thorbjorn Raven, then Alvir Nuf, and next to him was Bard, and he was thereby named Bard the White or Bard the Strong. He was in honor with everyone there, but between him and Alvir Nuf was an especially close friendship. That same autumn came to King Harold Thorolf, Kveldolf's son, and Ivan Lambi, his friend. Their fathers were friends. They became friends and went out sea reaving, if you will. And now they have left and joined or come to Harold's court. Cadi of Bertla's son, and they were well received. They brought thither a swift 20-bench-long ship well made, which they had before used in sea roving. They and their company were placed in the guest hall, but when they had waited there till they thought it would fit time to go before the king, Kari of Bertla and Alvernuf went in with them. They greeted the king. Then they said, Alvernuf, here comes Kveldolf's son, whom I told thee in the summer that Kveldolf would send. His promise to thee will now stand fast, for here thou canst see true tokens that he will be thy friend in all when he hath sent his son hither to take service with thee. A stalwart man as thou mayest see. Now this is the boon craved by Kveldolf and all of us, that thou receive Thorolf with honor and make a great man with thee. So, Alvir is running kind of interference for Kveldolf, but I think he's ultimately doing it for the boon of Thorolf. And the king answers his words well, promising that he would do if Thorolf proves himself an accomplished indeed, as he is right brave in look. So Thorolf is, he's well seen. He's a handsome and like daring fellow with renown built around him. And he says, if you act and accomplish as good as you're fabled to look, I'm hopeful. And this Thorolf was made the king's household and one of his own guard. But Kadi of Bertla and his son Ivan Lambi went back south in the ship which Thorolf had brought north, and so home to Kadi's farm. So now Ivan is not with Thorolf, his friend. Thorolf remained there with the king, who appointed him a seat between Alvernuf and Barth. So we can start to see the seating arrangements, the way that people are seated near the king as having station. The second seat for him, of course, being the skald that was a skald, or the poet to his father. And these three struck up a close friendship, and all men said of Thorolf and Bard that they were well matched. They were in a well-matched pair in comeliness and stature, in strength and in doughty deeds, and both were in high favor with the king. But when winter was past and summer came, then Bard asked leave to go and see to the marriage promised to him before with Hilderíður. And when the king knew that Bard's errand was urgent, he allowed him to go. Then Bard asked Thorolf to go with him and accompany him, saying, as was true, that he would meet there many of his kin and men of renown whom had not yet that he had not yet seen or known. Thorolf thought that this was desirable, so they got leave from the king, and then they made them ready and took a good ship and a crew and went their way. When they came to Torgar, they sent word, or sorry, let me backtrack a little bit. A lot of the times when you're reading the sagas, it's worth noting that it's not always like something that we are akin to, where there's going to be a sudden plot twist, or there's going to be they do show up, but it's not always set with that in mind. In essence, this is a retelling of events. And they went, so Thorolf and Bard go north to attend Bard's wedding. When they came to Torgar, they sent word to Sigurd that Bard would now see to that marriage on which they had agreed upon the summer before. Sigurd said that he would hold to all that they had arranged. So they fixed the wedding day, and Bard with his party were to come north to Sandnes. At the appointed time, Brynjolf and Bard set out, and with them many great men of their kin and connexions. And it was as Bard had said, that Thorolf met there many of his kinsmen that he had not known. They journeyed to Sandnes, and there was held the most splendid feast. And when the feast was ended, Bard went home with his wife and remained at home through the summer, and Thorolf with him. In the autumn, they came south to the king again and were with him another winter. During that winter, Brynjolf, so the father of Bard, passes away. And when Bard learned that the inheritance there was open for him, he asked of leave to go home. This the king granted, and before they parted, Bard was made a baron. And this again, too, is kind of seen as like no longer a guardsman. He's inheriting his father's wealth and lands. So he moves up in station, even in the king's court. All of this, like I think a lot of folks they think of this as perhaps medieval Europe or, after Christendom, but no, there's a lot of this already going on in the Nordic lands. The king granted, and before they parted, he was made a baron, as his father had been, and held of the king all those same grants that Brynjolf had held. Bard went home to his estate, and at once became a great chief. But Hilderíður's sons got no more of the heritage than before. Bard had a son by his wife, and his name was Grim. Meanwhile, Thorolf was with the king, and in great honor. And part of me only thinks of like the idea of naming a baby Grim is because perhaps he had such a scowling face, when he was a baby. Chapter 9, Battle in Hapur's Firth.
But wait, before we do that, touching base on something, and I hope everybody's enjoying it and following along. I certainly am. The map is neat. I realized why my translations were all screwed up. It's an Icelandic map, so I pressed the English translate. It's a Google Translate problem, not the Icelanders have it translated just fine. So that's on me. But yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying it and following along. This is fascinating. This is a saga that neither Svan nor myself have really looked at or read in a number of years. It was one of the very first sagas that I read, and it's awesome. I love it. It's really cool, but it's nice to kind of reacquaint myself with it this evening. I also wanted to point out, I see over in the chat, about Freya wanting to get set up as a member and not having friends or family in the USA. You do now. And I mean that. So, yeah, with that said, I'm trying to look, we're not, and I hope this is because people are enjoying it. I never really know for sure. I'm looking over in the chat, and we don't have a lot of questions piling up or anything particularly. Got a couple of things that we'll talk about at the end, but just checking, letting everybody know you guys can still ask questions if you'd like. But no, we're making good progress, and I'm enjoying it, and I hope everybody else is. If folks are ready, let's hit chapter 9.
So this is the battle in Hoppersfirth. King Harold proclaimed a general levy. He starts to, gather taxes, and he gathered a fleet. Summoning his forces far and wide through the land, he went out of Throndheim and bent his course southward, for he had heard that a large host was gathered throughout Agdir, Rogaland, and Hordaland, assembled from far, both from the inland parts above and from the east out of Vik, the very large bay and fjord in the southern part of Norway. So now the south is kind of amassing groups, and he wants to see what is this all about. And many great men were there met who proposed to defend their land from the king. Harold held on his way from the north with a large force, having his guards on board. In the forecastle of the ship, there was Thorolf Kveldolfersson. There was Bard the White, Kari of Bertla's son, Alvernuf, Eyvind Lambi, and in the prow, there were 12 berserks of the king. So, in the back with the king, in the near the why is it eluding me? The rudder, near the rudder, and in the back, there is all the guard men. But up in the front, there is absolute ready for carnage berserkers at the very, very front, ready to go. And I think this is more, again, lending to the ideas like he had his best men around him, and at the front of the ship, he had, men of extreme violence ready and waiting. The fleets met south in Rogaland in Hoppersfirth. There was fought the greatest battle that King Harold had, with much slaughter in either host. The king set his own ship in the Vane, and there the battle was most stubborn. But in the end was King Harold who won the victory. Thorir Longchin and our king of Adgir fell there. But Kjotvi, the wealthy, fled with all of his men that could stand, save some that surrendered after the battle. When the roll of Harold's army was called, many were, they had fallen, and many were sore wounded. Thorolf was badly wounded, Bard even worse. Nor was there a man unwounded in the king's ship before the mast, except those whom iron bit not to the wit of the berserks. Couple things with this one. One, the king drove his ship right into the middle of the battle. And that's why his guardsmen are many wounded. But it also substantiates another point, is that the berserkers are not iron bit because of the wit, or in reality, the knowledge that the berserks had of being able to to not be hurt by iron. So this is where we start to get that kind of that mythos, but it's kind of just blatantly stated after the fact. The battle goes, everyone's hurt except for the berserkers because they know their way, their cultic way to avoid these things.
So there's an interplay there. And I think this is one of the instances where I don't want to put it. Sometimes we don't have the right words for it, but when we think about magic things or even miraculous things, we think about them in over the top Charlton Heston parting the Red Sea ways, or in like Harry Potter magic wand shooting fire, doing crazy stuff. There was a battle magic with the berserker, and when we talk about it in out of context, these are these magical, impervious to weapon beast men that you need, in some kind of Michael Bay, like super writ large magical way. There is a subtle thing that happens. This is going to seem really silly. We can blame it on the Sturker Bjor that adorns my horn, but realistically, there's a thing that happens. Just follow me with this, and I hope it makes sense. You ask people if they believe in ghosts. Lots of people do and accept that. Cool. I came home and the lights were on. I know I turned them off. I think this was some kind of a ghost thing. A lot of people nod and be like, yeah, that's real. At what point do you picture the ghost flipping the switch? That messes with our mind in a strange way. But we all believe that happens. So the juxtaposition between the high magic of this berserker that, like, literally weapons are hitting and they are not penetrating because they are made out of like bear-skinned iron and they turn into these werewolf, altered beast bear creatures. But what very much legitimately happened is everybody in the heat of battle is getting messed up. And these guys are standing tall, surrounded by their foes, and they're frothing around and in their battle lust, and they're not hurt, and everyone else is. There is a magic there. They have to equate it, especially at this period, writing this down, with their skill or their whatever else. Doesn't matter how skillful you are. If you're set upon by a certain number of people with sharp things, even if you win, folks are getting hurt. However we want to conceive of this divine and miraculous protection they have as part of the Odin cult and the Berserker gang, the end result is these renowned berserkers who are revered with a certain amount of fear and awe by their fellows on the battlefield and fear by people in peacetime. However you want to conceive of it occurring, they were with their king in the thick of battle. Everyone around them, their enemies are dead. A bunch of their buddies are dead. Even the winners are hurt. And they're standing tall and they're all right. So it's hard to conceive in our head. This is what I'm trying to say. When you read our lore about some of these things, it becomes fanciful and hard to believe. And like, oh, you believe that? That's silly. Maybe the way you have it in your head is silly. But in reality, they engage in ritual behavior before battle that connects with the Allfather through the Berserker gang. And they, more often than not, emerge unscathed. Something happens there that is beyond just they happen to be good at fighting. And that occupies that space is truly miraculous and magical, and something that, as Asatru are, we need to pay heed to and embrace and recognize as the workings of our gods and, you know, the cult of the Berserker in this time. I don't know if that made any sense, but what I'm trying to say is magical things don't always have to be showy. What they happen more often than not is a completely improbable series of coincidence that allow a result to occur. The idea of swords, you know, somebody chops an axe at dude's head and it doesn't penetrate, that's probably not how it works. Everybody else just happens to miss all the time. That's not really how things would work if there wasn't something else, another hand at play. And I think that's what we should keep in mind, even and especially when reading historical works, is the subtle hand of the divine in those kind of ways, because that was an absolute reality to those men. Looking at it historically, or even writing about it years or decades later in the Christian period, which the saga takes us to, there is a tendency to rationalize, but there's a challenge of us as men and women of faith to accept the workings of the divine within the fabric of observable reality. And I think this is kind of a cool example of that we see in this piece of lore.
I think, too, it's worth noting, you know, Bard did not die in battle. He dies post-battle. And I think that there's a part here that's worth taking note, is that it's pretty clear with High Renowned. He passes, and it is seen as, you know, not a dastardly or terrible thing. So I think that this is a great point where we get to see a couple of things going on as far as religious things in relation to like funerary rites. It's also worth noting at this time too, they were burying their dead, not burning them in a pyre. And it's just understood that our ancestors, you know, went through cycles of preference based on land and certain, you know, things afforded to them, or the technology that was available. So I think
go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Thought you were finished. I was going to say, before we continue, Gothi Bodhi would like you to break it down for folks what Skalagrim means.
Bald and ugly is generally what people say. Bald and of a displeasing countenance. Skala is bald.
Maybe bald and angry looking. I think Grim
angry looking
to us in much the same form it's always had.
Yeah. I mean, joking around, I've heard people say bald and ugly, which is always super funny to me. But at the same time, yeah, Skalagrim, bald and of just a dour countenance. Just a mean,
bald and grumpy.
Yeah. So after this battle, Harold is taking stock of all his men. The berserkers, they're fine. His guardsmen have taken some wounds. And
so before we continue, I just want to make this note, because I think this is the case. When I ask, because I want to make sure, there's like, when Svan gets on a roll, there's often a deafening silence. And usually it turns out exactly like is said in the chat room. It's because everyone is enraptured by what he's presenting. And Also, as Amber says though over in the chat, there aren't many questions because every time something isn't clear, Svan the Pious automatically explains it for us. Massively appreciated. Svan the Pious, I like it.
Thank you. I like it too. That's nice.
Thank you, sir. Carry on if you will.
You do me great honor with naming me that. So the king looks about his guardsmen, and he has his men's wounds bound up and thanks them for their valor and gives them many gifts, adding most praise where he thought it was most deserved. He promised them also further honor, naming some to be steersmen, others to be forecastlemen, others bow sitters, and this was the last battle that King Harold had within the land. After this, none withstood him, and he was supreme over all Norway. A couple things to note with that is most likely their immediate healing of the wounded, and he starts to move people into positions to carry on the ship. But where you were standing and given job at the ship had heavy connotations to how close you were to the king. And so moving up into the forecastle where the king very most likely was a huge honor. So he's just giving out boon, and he's speaking about all of the warriors and letting them know. And I've always just kind of taken this as he's kind of giving a speech and telling his men, like, this is good. And I think that it's not said in here, but they go back and then there's more stock that's left in the healing and some things of that nature. So the king saw to the healing of his men, whose wounds gave them hope of life. He also to burial of the dead with all customary honors. Thorolf and Bard lay wounded. So, and that term there might seem like they're still on the ship, but I don't think that is the case. They're just stating that Thorolf and Bard had laid wounded during the battle, but Thorolf's wounds began to heal, but Bard's proved to be mortal. Then Bard had the king called to him and spoke thus. So he's in his deathbed now, most likely in Harold's newfound won lands, probably not back in Throndheim, but he asks and bade, can someone bring the king to me? I have something that I wish for him to hear so that he could decree it and make sure that it is honored. And the king comes to him and he says, if it is so that I die of these wounds, then I would ask this of thee, that I may myself name my heir. To this, when the king assented, then said he. So it's worth noting the reason why Bard's probably doing this is because Brynjolf, Brynjolf's father, Bergjolf, had that woman with the two children, but he sent her away. So Bard is probably doing this too as a political move, so that those sons can't come in and say we have right and claim to that land. So he's thinking ahead, and he, of course, Bard had just been married 1.5 years earlier to Sigrid, the daughter of Sigurd, that was in Sandness in the lake area. So he says, I will that Thorolf, my friend and kinsman, take all my heritage, both my lands and my chattels, and to him also will I give my wife and bringing up of my son, because I trust him for this above all men. So he's basically saying that, to take my wife and son and foster my son and raise him. And again, the taking of the wife is an interesting point, because I think if it's contested, there could be a chance where that's not going to happen. But, as we go. We'll see how that turns out. This arrangement he made fast, as the law was, with leave of the king. Then Bard died and was buried, and his death was much mourned. Thorolf was healed of his wounds and followed the king and won great glory. In the autumn, the king went north to Throndheim, back to his capital now, if you will. And then Thorolf asked to go north to Haloaland to see after those gifts which he had received in the summer from his now fallen kinsman Bard. The king gave leave for this and added a message and tokens that Thorolf should take all that Bard had given him, showing that the gift was with the counsel of the king and that he would have it so. So basically, go there and accept these gifts that your friend has given you. And by him saying that, he's saying, I'm not going to contest it. You're a good man to me, and you will, rise in station as befit as Bard was. So he supplied Thorolf with a good longship and all the tacking that was complete with it, and had everything made for his journey thence and in the best possible way. So Thorolf set out, and he and the king parted with much great affection, because they had survived this just massive battle. And I think, too, the loss of Bard between them, is a commonality as well. But then Thorolf came to the north to Torgr. And again, the way the sagas are written, but when Thorolf came north, like you're expecting this switch, this plot. Oh no, something, but no, it's not written like that. It's just stating that now he goes to the north, and this is what he gets. But then Thorolf came north to Torgr, and he was well received. He told them of Bard's death, and also how Bard had left him his lands, his chattel, and her that had been his wife. Then he showed the king orders and tokens. So this is, even decreed by the king to have transpired. And when Sigríður hears these tidings, she is felt with her great loss in her husband. But with Thorolf, she was already well acquainted. So her husband's friend, she knew him. He had been always with Bard. So he wasn't a stranger to her. And knew him for a man of great mark and renown. And this promise of her marriage was good. So she basically agrees. She consents to this marriage. And besides, there was the king's command. So she and her friends saw it to be the best plan that she should be betrothed to Thorolf, unless that were against her father's mind. Thereupon, Thorolf took up all management of the property and also the king's business. Soon after this, Thorolf started with a long ship and about 60 men and coasted northward till one day at eventide he came to Sandnes and Alost. There they moored the ship. And when they had raised their tent and made arrangements, Thorolf went up to the farm buildings with 20 men. Sigurd received him well, asked him to lodge there, and for there had been great intimacy between them since the marriage. So Sigurd, who is the father of Sigríða, in essence, Bard's father-in-law. And Thorolf is also loved by Sigurd because, again, outside of Sigríða, the one person who could contest the marriage is her father, and he is good. He's good with it. They're fast friends. So for there had been great intimacy between them since the marriage. Connections between Sigurd and Bard. Then Thorolf and his men went into the hall, and they were entertained. Sigurd sat and talked with Thorolf and asked tidings. Thorolf told him about the battle that they fought that summer in the south, and of all of the fall of many men who Sigurd knew, and withal how Bard, his son-in-law, had died of wounds received in battle. This they both felt a great loss. Then Thorolf told Sigurd that he had been the covenant between him and Bard before he died, and he declared also the orders of the king and how he would have all of this hold good, and this he showed by tokens. So he the witness of the king and the bidding of this to happen is being verified. After this, Thorolf entered into his wooing with Sigurd. So it's not just, you're my wife now, but it is, but there is a sense that he has to, it's not simply just arranged. There is a courting or of a wooing and getting to know her. And I think also too, probably lamenting Bard's death. But this happened a lot back then. This is how things went. You could leave for a summer to a battle and not come back. It says here too, the wooing of Sigurd. So he's basically laying claim to the father, saying, hey, I would like to, honor Bard's wishes. I know your daughter and I would like to marry her. And Sigurd receives the proposal well. He said there were many reasons for this. First, the king would have it so. Next, Bard had asked it. And further, he himself knew Thorolf and thought it was a good match for his daughter. Thus, Sigurd was easily won to grant this suit, whereupon the betrothal was made and the wedding was fixed for the autumn at Torgar. Then Thorolf went home to his estate and his comrades with him, and he prepared a great feast and bade them thereto. Of Thorolf's kin, many were present, men of renown. Sigurd also came thither from the north with a long ship and a chosen crew. Numerously attended was the feast, and it was once seen that Thorolf was free-handed and munificent. He kept about him a large following, whereof the cost was great and much provisions was needed. But the year was good and needful supplies were easily found. And during the winter, Sigurd, the father of Sigrid, he died. He dies back at his home in Sandnes. And Thorolf was heir to all his property, and this brought him great wealth. So the entitled lands of Sigrid pass on to her and her husband. Now the sons of Hilderida came to Thorolf and put in the claim which they thought they had on the property that belonged to their father, Björgolf. So that's what I was kind of setting up before. The Björgolf is the grandfather of Bard, and he marries a very young woman. She has 2 children. Then his son Brynjolf sends them away. And now they're coming back now that Thorolf has taken ownership of these lands and asks, we want to get what we are entitled to. And Thorolf answers them thus. This I knew of Brynjolf, and still better of Bard, that they were men so generous that they would have let you have of Björgolf's heritage what share they knew to be your right. I was present when ye two put this same claim on Bard, and I heard that he thought there was no ground for it, for he called you illegitimate. Herrick said that they would bring witness that their mother was duly bought with payment. It is true that he did not at first treat of this matter with Brynjolf, our brother. It was a case of sharing between kinsmen, but of Bard we hoped to get our dues in every respect, though our dealings with him were not for long. Now, however, this heritage has come to men who are no wise of our kin, speaking of Thorolf, and we cannot be altogether silent about our wrong. But it may be that, as before, might will so prevail that we get not our right of thee in this, if thou refuse to hear the witness that we can bring to prove us honorably born. Thorolf answers angrily, So far, I am from thinking, you legitimate heirs, that I am told your mother was taken by force and carried home as a captive. After that, they left, talking all together. So he basically stands and says that their marriage was not a peaceable marriage, but one of conquest, and that they're just basically children born of a captured concubine, if you will, and that they have no legitimacy to the land of Bard. Chapter 10, Thorolf in Finnmark. Now, Finnmark, mark means forest or forested lands. So Finland is Finnmark. In the winter, Thorolf took his way up to the fells with a large force of not less than 90 men, whereas before it had been the wont of the king's stewards to have 30 men, and sometimes fewer. He took with him plenty of wares for trading, and at once he appointed a meeting with the Finns, took of them the tribute, and held a fair with them. All was managed with goodwill and friendship, though not without fear on the Finns' side. Far and wide about Finnmark did he travel, but when he reached the fells eastward, he heard that the Kilvings were come from the east and were there for trading with the Finns, but in some places for plunder. Thorolf set Finns to spy out the movements of the Kilvings, and he followed after to search for them, and came upon 30 men in one den, all of whom which he slew, letting none escape. Afterwards he found together 15 and 20. In all he slew near upon 100 of them, and took immense booty, and returned in the spring after doing this. So this is just a kind of a part in which the Finns are scared that they don't know exactly how Thorolf's going to treat this, because he had heard that they were trading with another group, but this group wasn't just trading, they were also raiding the Kilvingur. And Thorolf decides, all right, I'm going to put an end to this competition, take what they have, and refocus the Finns back on Harold and Norway and where it needs to be at. So he goes and he does that. Then he goes to Thorolf goes to his estates in Sandnes and remained there through the spring. He had a long ship built, large, and it had a dragon's head fitted out in the best style. This he took with him from the north. Thorolf gathered great stores of what he could in Halloaland, employing his men after the herrings and in other fishing. There was seal hunting there too, with abundance, and egg gathering, and all such provisions he had brought to him. Never had he fewer freedmen about his home than 100. He was open-handed and liberal, and readily made friends with the great and with all that were near him. A mighty man he became, and he bestowed much care on his ships, equipment, and weapons. So thus far, Thorolf's father's, premonition, or at least adherence to the idea of it, is not so much showing up. Thorolf's doing great. In chapter 11, the king feasts with
pause
Thorolf.
for a sec.
Yep.
Before we get into it, something else that's kind of a interesting historic note or whatever. It was thought that Thorolf had a lot of, he had a substantial force with him when he went there to collect tribute. His, substantial army of men was 90 people. So a lot of the time, and the concern was that their local, magistrate guys, their big force of, cool, we're calling in the big guns, was 30 guys. So I think that often when we look back and we read some of these things, we don't necessarily have a sense of proportion. we often think when we hear about armies engaging that we're talking about thousands or tens of like divisions of men doing things. In this period, especially in the far north, armies were hundreds. A really big army might be thousands. Like 2 armed engagements between Jarls might be 25 guys versus 40 guys. So it's something to, it just gets you in the sense of things. The individual warriors, like one guy meant a lot because the force was so much smaller. His retinue of like guys he could bring to the field as a, you know, for lack of a better term, and so other people, you know, as a knight of Norway, his retinue, his like men that he led into battle was 90 guys. It changes a little bit of perspective when we think about, you know, what that looks like. My high school gym would accommodate, you know, 2,000 people. 1/20th of that looks a lot smaller arrayed on the battlefield. So thinking about it's just kind of I don't know if it's important to other people or not, but it's interesting to me as just a student of history. Thinking about it is in our mind, we picture these massive, sprawling battlefields of things like maybe you'd have in the Middle East or in the Mediterranean. But that's not the case here. So like one guy could make a very, very substantial difference. That's neither here nor there. It's just kind of a historical note as we look into it. And it's also interesting to watch, like, when he goes up there to get tribute, what do those people have? I think sometimes in our mind, if we're not necessarily familiar with the context or the scenario, it's interesting that they got seals and they got eggs from like waterfowl that go there to lay eggs. That's what they've got for tribute. So I think we have a tendency to picture these things in a much more high medieval continental way than in a much more rural population way that we have in, especially, I mean, shoot, in all of Norway, Sweden, Iceland, Scotland. I think in our mind, we picture a lot of this going on in like on the Rhine or in France or something, where at the time the arrays of things were just very different.
Well, and it's good to note that the Kilvings were at the battle where Harold ascends. So after that battle, they kind of go eastward into the Baltic and they're raiding and trading in Finland. But they have attestments throughout, even all the way down to the Varangians, and their origin is not quite known. Again, they may not have had an origin. The name Kilfa means like a club or a crudgel or a blunt stick. And it's just kind of debated as to whether or not this means that, the people that carry a blunt stick, or it could also have the same meaning, very much similar to the way a club, like a clubhouse, has, and that these are a kind of a group of people brought together for common interests. And but it was kind of seen as like synonymous, like to go a Viking and being a Kilvingur and or a Vikingur were kind of the same thing. So maybe perhaps they were united in oaths and they were basically in the war in Norway. And after they had lost it, they went east and just started kind of, raiding and trading and doing things. So it's very interesting, information on that for anybody that, wants to look that up. The kill or Kielfings, but generally the F is like a V sound. So the Kilvings or Kilvingur. Let's see. All right, so Thorolf returns and goes back to Hålogaland, And he goes there, and he's back with his wife and in those lands. And it's just massive, food and equipment and people. And he's seen as this great organizer and free giving king to all of his people. And he has tons of men after this. And so his again, bound upon bound of good fortune. So in chapter 11, the king feasts with Thorolf. King Harold went that summer to Hålogaland. So now the king comes to Thorolf's lands, and banquets were made ready against his coming. That doesn't mean against him. It's just, against the news of his arrival. They start preparing, both where his estates were and also by barons and powerful landowners. Thorolf prepared a banquet for the king at great cost. It was fixed for when the king should come there. To this he bade a numerous company, the best men that could be found. The king had about 300 men with him when he came to the banquet, but Thorolf had 500 present as well. Thorolf had caused a large granary to be fitted up where the drinking should be, for there was no hall large enough to contain the multitude of 800 men. Yeah, the king had 300. Yep. So 800 folks. And these are just of men. That's not including others. This is just of the multitude of their courts. So Thorolf had caused for a large granary because he didn't have room in any hall, and all around the building great shields were hung. The king sate in the high seat, but when the foremost bench was filled, then the king looked around, and he turned red, but spoke not, and men thought that they could see he was angry. The banquet was magnificent, and all the viands of the best. The king, however, was gloomy. He remained there 3 nights, as had been intended, and on the day when the king was to leave, Thorolf went to him and offered that they should go together down to the beach, to the Strand. The king did so, and there, moored off the land, floated that dragon ship which Thorolf had built, with the tent and tackling complete. Thorolf gave this ship to the king, and prayed that the king to believe that he had gathered such numbers for this end, to show the king great honor, and not to enter in a rivalry with him. So Thorolf now thinks that the king is upset because of how many people he has, that Thorolf has. And he's like, no, I want to give you this boat, and I want you to understand, like, my fealty is to you. Despite all of my success, you have no rivalry in me. So Thorolf gives him the ship, and prayed the king to believe that he gathered such numbers for this end, to show him great honor, and not to enter rivalry. The king took Thorolf's words very well, and then he became merry and cheerful. Many added there were good word, saying, as was true, that the banquet was most splendid, and the farewell escort of the king was most magnificent, and that the king gave much strength by such men. Then they parted with much affection. The king went northward to Hålogaland, and as he had purposed, and returned south as the summer wore on. He went yet to other banquets that were prepared for him in his honor. So now we're going back to Hilderyde and her sons. So now, instead of they talk to Thorolf, now they're going to go talk to the king. Chapter 12. Hilderyde's sons talk with Harold. Hilderyde's sons went to the king and bade him to a 3 nights banquet. The king accepted their bidding and fixed when he would come. And so at the appointed time, he and his train came thither. So he's traveling throughout the lands, just kind of on a meet and greet with his kingdom. The company was not numerous, but the feast went off very well, and the king was quite cheerful. Harik entered into a talk with the king, and there talk turned on this, that he asked about the king's journey in those parts during the summer. The king answered his questions and said that they had all been received well, each after his means. So every lord gave unto the king that which they could. It was not about who gave the most, but that everyone could give what their title and station could give. Herrick said that was to be looked for, because on that banquet most was spent, and thou, O king, hadst great luck in matters, so turning out that thy life was not endangered. The end was, as likely, thou wert very wise and very fortunate, for thou once suspected all was not for good on seeing the numerous company gathered. But, as I am told, thou madest all thy men remain armed constantly and to keep watch and ward day and night. The king, so he's Harik, who is the son of Hildritha and Brynjolf, Bergjolf, the grandfather of Bard, is kind of starting to cause things to happen. He's sowing seeds, if you will. And the king looks at him and says, "Why are you speaking like this, Herrick? What canst thou tell of this?" Herrick answered, "May I speak with permission what I please?" And the king said, "Speak." "This I judge," said Herrick, "that thou wouldst not deem it to be well if thou, O king, heardest everyone's words, what men say when speaking their minds freely at home, how they think that it is tyranny that thou exercisest over the people. But the plain truth is, O king, that to rise against thee, the people lack nothing but boldness and a leader. Nor is it wonderful in a man like Thorolf that he thinks himself above everyone else. He wants not for strength and comeliness. He keeps a guard round him like a king. He has wealth and plenty, and even though he had but what is truly his, but besides that, he holds other people's property equally at his disposal with his own. Thou too hast bestowed on him large grants, and he had now made all ready to repay them with ill. For this is the truth that I tell thee. When it was learnt that thou were coming to Halogaland with no more force than 300 men, the council of people here was that an army should assemble and take your life, O king. So what he's trying to say now is, like, there was rumor that when you were coming here amongst Thorolf's men and amongst these people, that there should be a move or a push to coup against the king and put Thorolf in power. So he's really starting to sow dissension. And Thorolf, of course, gave the king a great ship and tried to make sure that this was not happening. So, and these people have motivation against Thorolf because their mother and they themselves feel in right to owning properties and lands and things that now is in Thorolf's property. Let me see. And tell thee, when it first learned that we're coming north to Halogaland with no more force than 300 men, the council of people here was that an army should be assembled and take thy life, O king, and the lives of all thy force. And Thorolf was head of this council. And it was offered him that he should be king over all the Halogalanders and the Namsdal men. Then he went in and out of each firth and round all the islands and got together every man he could and every weapon. And it was no secret that this army was to muster for battle against you, King Harold. But the truth is, O king, that thou hadst somewhat less force than those who met thee. Yet the farmer folk took flight when they saw thy fleet. Then this council was adopted to meet thee with friendly and show bid thee. So he's basically saying they were gathered to kill the king, but when the common folk saw his fleet showing up, they decided to back out and run. So Thorolf decided, no, now we're going to make good and we're not going to do it. And again, I don't believe is true. It's just, again, him sowing seeds, and whether or not the king will listen is something to be heard. So then this council was adopted to meet thee with a friendly show and bid thee to a banquet. But it was intended, when thou wert well drunk and lying asleep, that they would attack thee with fire and weapons. And here is proof whether I am rightly informed. Ye were led into a granary, because Thorolf was loth to burn up his new and beautiful hall. And a further proof is that every room was full of weapons and armor. But when all their devices against thee miscarried, then they chose the best course that they should, and they hushed the former. And I doubt not that all may deny this counsel, because few, methinks, know themselves guiltless, were the truth to come out. Now, this is my counsel, O king, that thou keep Thorolf near thee, and let him be thy guard, and bear thy standard, and be in the forecastle of thy ship. For this duty no man is fitter. Or, if thou wilt, have him be a baron, and then give him a grant southward in the firths, where all his family, thou mayest then keep an eye on him, that he make not himself too great for thee. But the business here in Halogaland put thou into the hands of men who are of moderate will, and will serve thee faithfully, and have kinfolk here, men whose relatives have had the same work here before. We two brothers are ready and willing for such service as thou wilt use us in. Our father long had the king's business here, and it prospered in his hands. It is difficult, O king, to place men as managers here, because thou wilt seldom come here thyself. The strength of the land is too little of need thy coming with an army. Yet thou must not come hither again with so few followers, for there are many here disloyal people. So these two brothers are just sowing this, and they're basically saying, bring Thorolf out of the land, bring him close to you so that he's not, given to any sort of flights of raising in power, and put it in our hands. We've been, our family's been here for forever. So they're absolutely, pulling and playing. The king was angry, very, very angry with these words, but he spoke quietly, and was always his wont when he heard tidings of great import. He asked whether Thorolf were at home at Torgar. Herrick said this was not likely. Thorolf, said he, is too wise to be in the way of thy followers, O king, for he must guess that all will not be so close, but thou wilt get to know these things. He went north to Alost as soon as he heard that thou were on your way south. So the king asks, is Thorolf, at Torgar? And he said, no, Thorolf left as soon as you left and went northward because he knew he might have stirred up a lot of trouble with this supposed coup. The king spoke little about this matter before other men, but it was easy to see that he inclined to believe the words that had been spoken. Yeah, so, this is where things get interesting in the sense that Thorolf is trying to show the king that, he does him great respects, great honor. The granary was there because the numbers. And even though he had more men than the king was traveling. And it's sad in the sense that Harold kind of takes to this nobody over a man who stood with him at the forecastle in the great battle, a couple years before. So it's really, really kind of sad that these things turn this way. But again, it is still worth noting. Harold is a king for a reason. He's gained power in this sense. And, he does know there is a potential if Thorolf is inclined to, and so he is a threat, even if it's passive. But it really kind of is sad. So after this, the king went his way, and Hilderíðr's sons, giving him honorable escort with gifts at parting, while he promised them his friendship, the brothers made themselves an errand into Naumdal, and went round about as to cross the king's path now and again. He always received their words well. So now they just, as he's still doing his tour de force around his lands, they just happen to be in the same areas as him, and just re-emphasizing again and laying it on thick, if you will. So, chapter 13, Thorgils goes to the king. There was a man named Thorgils Yeller, a housecarl of Thorolf, honored above all the rest of his household. He had followed Thorolf in his roving voyages as the forecastle man and standard bearer, and he had been at Haparsfirth in the fleet of the King Harold during that great war, and was then steering the very ship that Thorolf had used in his rovings against the Kylfingur. Thorgils was a strong of body and right bold of heart. The king had bestowed on him friendly gifts after the battle and promised him his friendship. Thorgils was the manager at Torgar and bore rule there when Thorolf was not home. Before Thorolf went away this time, he had counted over all the king's tribute that he had brought from the fells, and he put it in Thorgils' hand, bidding him convey it to the king. So he trusted him with all of this money to give to the king, if he himself came not home before the king returned south. So Thorgils made ready a large ship of burden belonging to Thorolf, and put the tribute on board, and taking about 20 men, they sailed southward after the king. They found him in Naumdal. But when Thorgils met the king, he gave him greeting from Thorolf and said that he had come thither with the Finns tribute that was sent by Thorolf. The king looked at him, but answered never a word, and all saw that he was angry. Thorgils then went away, thinking to find a better time to speak to the king. He sought Alvernuf, who was also at that battle and one of the king's guard, and told him all that had passed, and asked him if he knew what was going on, what was the matter. That I do, he said, but this I've marked, that since we were at Leka, the king is silent every time Thorolf is mentioned, and I suspected that he has been slandered. This I know of Hilderíðr's sons. And it's also worth noting, sorry to cut this, that remember, Alvernuf was the one that bought time for Thorolf. He knew Kveldolf. So he's been long standing and knows kind of the stuff that's been going on in this area that perhaps King Harold doesn't know. He says, this I know, Hilderíðr's sons, they were long in conference with the king, and it's easy to see from their words that they are Thorolf's enemies. But I will soon be certain about this from the king himself. So thereupon Alvir went to the king and said, here comes Thorgils Yeller, thy friend, with the tribute which is thine. And the tribute is much larger than it had ever been before, and far better in wares. He's eager to be on his way, though. Be so good, O king, as to go and see it. For never has there been such a goods of gray furs, because again, this is coming from the Finns. The king answered not, but he went to where the ship lay. Thorgils at once set forth the furs before him and showed them to the king. And when the king saw that this was true, that the tribute was much larger and better, his brow somewhat cleared. Furrowed brow kind of released a little bit. And Thorgil got to give speech with him. He brought the king some bear skins, which Thorolf sent him, and valuables, besides which he had gotten upon the fells. So the king brightened up and asked the tidings of the journey of Thorolf and his company. Thorgils told him in great detail. Then said to the king, "Great pity is it that Thorolf should be unfaithful to me and plot my death." Then answered many who stood by, and all with one mind, that this was slander. It was slander of wicked men if such words were to be spoken, and Thorolf was guiltless. The king said he would prefer to believe this. Then was the king cheerful in all his talk with Thorgils, and they parted as friends. But when Thorgils met Thorolf, he told him of all that had happened. So now Thorolf is about to find out that Harold entertained the idea that he was seditious. Chapter 14, Thorolf again in Finnmark. That winter, Thorolf went again to Finnmark, taking with him about 100 men. As before, he held a fair with the Finns and traveled far and wide over Finnmark. But when he reached the far east and his coming was heard of, then came to him some Kvens from Kvenland, saying that they were sent by Faravid, king of Kvenland, because the Kyriels were harrying his land. And his message was thus to Thorolf, that he should go thither and bear him help against these, and further that Thorolf should have a share of the booty and bounty equal to that of the king's share, and each of his men as much as 2 Kvens. With the Kvens, the law was that the king should have 1/3 as compared with his men when the booty was shared, and beyond that, as reserved for him, all bear skins and all sable coats. Thorolf put his proposal before his men, giving them choice to go or not, and the more part chose that this would be a venture to do it, and the prize was too great to pass up. This was decided that they should go eastward with these messengers. So the Kven men kind of asked Thorolf for help, and he decides to go and help another king deal with these raiders, again, to bring much bounty to himself and to his king. Finnmark is a wide tract. It is bound westwards by the sea, whereof the large firths run in, by the sea also northwards, and round to the east, but southwards lies Norway, and Finnmark stretches along nearly all the inland region to the south, as also does Hålogaland outside. But eastward from Naumland is Jamteland, then Helsingland, and Kvenland, then Finland, then Kirjaland. Along all these lands to the north lies Finnmark. And there are wide inhabited fell districts, some in dales, some by lakes. The lakes of Finnmark are wonderfully large, and by the lakes there is extensive forests. But high fells lie behind from end to end of the mark, and this ridge is called Keels. But when Thorolf came to Finland and met King Faravid, Faravid, far and wide, or travel wide. They made them ready for their march, being 300 of the king's men and 400 Norsemen, and they went by the upper way over Finnmark and came there to Karjalas, where on the fell the same who had before harried the Kvens. These, when they were aware of the enemy, gathered themselves and advanced to meet, expecting victory therefore. But on the battle being joined, the Norsemen charged furiously forward, bearing their shields stronger than the Kvens. The slaughter turned to be in the Cariel's ranks. Many fell, some fled. King Faravid and Thorolf took their immense wealth and spoils and returned to Kvenland, whence Thorolf and his men came to Finnmark, and he and Faravid parted with great friendship. So it was successful. Thorolf is again just abounding with luck, and goes on this venture that could have been voted out because again, there's chances of death, but it was too great, and everyone, kind of walked away with it being for the better. So Thorolf came down from the fell of Vefsnir, then went first to his farm in Sandnes, and he stayed there a while, and in the spring went with his men north to Torger. When he came there, it was told to him how Hildereda's sons had been that winter at Throndheim with the king, and that they would not spare to slander Thorolf with the king, and it was much questioned what grounds he had for their slander. Thorolf answered thus: "The king will not believe this. Though such lies be laid before him, there are no grounds for my turning a traitor against him, when he has done so much good and no evil towards me, and so far for wishing to do to him harm. Even though if I had the choice, I would much rather be a baron of his than be called a king, when some other fellow countryman might arise and make me his thrall." So yeah, Thorolf is just saying there's no way the king would believe this, and I have no desire to go against him, even though others would speak so ill of me and try to make me a servant of the king. He doesn't think the king would entertain it.
So this is kind of a, I don't know, worthwhile thing to point out here at this point. Back when I said, like, there's not, you have to digest real history different than like story or works of fiction. These are real people living in times where treachery is super common, and you don't know who to trust and who to believe. And people often are finding themselves in these really perilous situations where you're going to some guy's farm who's nominally one of your men, but maybe a couple of years ago he wasn't at all, and you're going to feast in his hall and be in a situation where things can happen to you. And it's hard, and it's part of the tragedy of reality is, who do you believe? Because you have people that are worthwhile and from the area telling you one thing, you've got different people telling you something different, and there's not a lot of empirical data to go one way or another. So the struggle here, I mean, for everyone, but specifically for King Harold, is like, well, shoot, who do I trust? I'm hearing all this. This guy stood by me in battle, and he's been awesome, and he's getting like better tribute than I've ever gotten before from the realms he's in charge of collecting tribute from. But I got this guy over here who's telling me, a whole different story, and that he's just waiting for a time to catch me slipping. And it's just it's in any time, in any place, men of power and men of, in political games have this kind of thing of, who do you trust, who don't you? And it's interesting, and it's all the more so when you remove it from story and you consider, like, no, this is a real guy sitting on a throne that's made out of wood with the texture and the whatever of reality, contemplating. This guy is really awesome. He's one of my best guys. He's so awesome. It'd be real easy for him to just off me and then take my spot. Or he's my very best guy that stood by me. And it's this, the stakes are so very, very high. And in a play, and so all of this, when we go back to reading the Eddas and other pieces of lore, keep this background in your mind. when we read things in the Havamal about how to behave in the hall and behave in places where you don't know who you're dealing with, this is the world that's written for. And you're in a place where there's very few people. We are so far removed from consequence in the world that we live in, most of us, to where, oh, but somebody will call the cops or there's somebody else who's going to deal with it. You don't have that here. You're surrounded by guys with swords and axes. One minute they're your best friends, the next minute they may not be. And you never know who's doing what, because you just took the throne after burning a guy in his hall with a whole bunch of his followers. Like, you know about treachery because you've been treacherous.
Right.
It's really thinking about these people as three-dimensional, as four-dimensional beings, and putting yourself as best you can in their shoes on this adds a layer of understanding that's really different when you read it like a story that's fictional. It's, Svan mentioned earlier about Game of Thrones. Yeah, but George Martin could write whatever he wants. These are real people coping with all of those things minus the dragons. And that's one of the things that's so interesting and so just special and awesome about these sagas. They would be amazing if this, in particular, this saga would be amazing if it was a work of fiction. It would be fantastic. The fact that these were real men and women like yourself or like someone that you know makes it all the more just kind of amazing and, in the literal sense, awesome to sit back and to kind of just comprehend the journeys these guys are going on. I don't know if anybody else is following along looking at the map. This is really rough country that we're talking about. One of the reasons that they have to go on these Viking raids all the time is it's not fertile. You're collecting tribute in bear skins, seal hide, and eggs. Like, this isn't fertile farmland. You're not collecting tribute in gold or other goods that you're used to in an easier place. This is cold, rough, rocky country, and you're having to go out and raid the people that have farms and vineyards and nice stuff. This is a very hard time, and it gives rise to some very hard men. And these are men like you and I. These aren't fictional characters in some distant, made up place. These are men and women who feel pain the way you and I do, who feel betrayal the way that you and I do, who feel love and lust and anger and rage and desperation, and feel these things the same way that you and I process them. So please always try to reinforce and keep that in mind, because it's important.
Well, and I think also too, it's worth remembering that not only do Hildiríðr's sons, Thorolf has like 2 estates, and they want claim on one of them. So Thorolf still has another, but yeah, the ultimate tragedy of this is just that Harold is bereft with suspicion, and it kind of, again, the grand tragedy of it all is
heavy is the head that wears the crown. That's
right.
The thing. Got to always wonder who's, is that hand going to be giving you, a hug or a slap? Is he got a knife, or does he have, a gift for you? Hamowitz, awesome to see you tonight. Glad you made it here. Sorry you had a rough day. The stream is still going. This is one of those. You kind of got these as they got a little bit less. I think Svan and I I know we had north of 8. I don't remember what our record was. I'm not trying to set a record tonight. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Don't try to push this one longer than it needs to be, but I do love being here with you guys. But no, you caught in midstream. We are on about to start chapter 15, and we're going to cover 23 of them this evening. So welcome. We're glad that we have you.
It was
here.
technically about 7.5 hours was the record.
7.5. All right. So we're only about 3.25 in right now. But yeah, this a lot, but it's such a cool story, and it's such a boon to have one of my side projects here. Hold up. No, it's thing. Svanarhin Guthreichni with us here this evening to break this down for us and impart his special rotten shark wisdom on us. Yeah, I have trouble finding an actual etymology, but it translates out to pious all the time. I just can't find the roots of how it does.
Huh.
But it do.
Just suddenly got a name.
Indeed, and it's well deserved. And it came about in kind of a cool way.
Yeah.
So yeah, just kind of breaking for an intermission on that for a second. I just want us to always, and as a mental exercise, and I say this, I even hear it as I say it sounding condescending. It's not, it's stuff that I do myself. So often when I say some of these things out loud, it's me reminding myself, or it's me sharing something that I've had to work at myself to internalize and to do. And that's why it stands out to me so much. When going through this and looking at our heroes, and the people that populate the world they lived in, making them three-dimensional real people that they were and are is really important. It's so, I love history, and I think a lot of our audience does, but I don't like reading history. I like reading history through biography. And it's hard, the further you go back, you get less of that. So, I mean, I will take what I can get, but I would prefer any history as told through biography as opposed to as told through history. Reading biographies is very much like reading the sagas. You're reading the actual stories of people, and you're seeing the history that they were involved in through their eyes and through their perspective. And it's such a visceral experience that way when you're forced to conceive of it in a three-dimensional, living, breathing, feeling, these are real people way. When somebody gets run through with a sword or a spear, somebody's dad's not coming home. Somebody's husband's not coming home. Somebody's son's not coming home. Somebody's friend. The issue previous with Thorolf, where his comrade in arms, who he went into battle with, bequeathed to him his wife, not only his fortune, but like his wife and the rearing of his children. That's such a real thing and a poignant thing. And I think we too often, if we're used to, unless we take the time and make the extra effort, we don't flesh these people out as the real living, breathing people that they were and the lives that they had. And we owe them that. They look on from beyond the veil, and we owe them fully conceiving of them as people with the same compassion or the same vitriol we have when we hear their stories and we hear of their deeds. So fleshing that out is really important. And if you can do that through the histories and through the sagas, it better prepares you to do that when you're conceiving of our gods and of things from our myth cycle that all too often we look at as concepts and in this detached way. If you can put flesh on the bones of these heroes, then you can add depth of personality and a feeling to the Aesir. And I think that's where we ultimately want to go with this, for what it's worth. Bjor Sturker. This beer is strong. But no, appreciate you reading stuff. I think we're over halfway, and we're over an eighth of the way through the saga, and Egill hasn't been born yet. So the background and the context is everything, and the context is what's beautiful about lots of things are beautiful about these sagas, but the context in this one, it's so deep. It's such a immersive tale, and it's one of the things that I'm extra excited because it's kind of one of those first things that immersed me in this when I came home to Asatru. There was a lot going on at the time, and I didn't have the context to process the Eddas in a way that was as meaningful as it should be, but I did have a way to process the sagas, and that was my first step into this. The very first saga I ever read was the saga of Grettir the Strong. Literally just on the name, because I had nothing else to go by. I'm like, let's look at sagas. Cool, I'll go with that one. That one is cool, and we'll go over it at some time. And it's got Draugr in it, and it's fanciful. It's not the best one, but it's neat, and we'll definitely go through it at some point. That was my first one, but very quickly after that, I bought the Heimskringla, and I bought the Sagas of the Icelanders in that same thick, whoop somebody over the head with it if they do you wrong volume that Svan has. The same thing. It's cool because it's textured. Like the pages are rough on the outside when you thumb through them. It's gritty. You can't really tell that looks super smooth. It's not. Three-dimensionally, they're rough. You will tell. There you go. Looks crunchy there. No, but it's neat, and this kind of takes me back to, 01 when I think I was reading it for the first time. So,
yeah, I just love telling stories. I've never told a saga before, so this is really cool. Like, it gets me a chance to kind of see it from a whole nother perspective.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy doing it because it is a special treat for all the rest of us. So thank you.
Yeah, this is awesome. And I don't remember. I remember more the latter because, again, the saga ends with Egill. I don't remember all of this in great detail. I kind of get it, but I was like, all right, we're moving to Egill. And now this is
up to this name. Okay, so don't try to hack me, but up to this point, my Steam account name was Kveldulf Bjarfi's song after Egill's grandfather, because I thought at the time when I created my Steam account as a young man who got into this, it was just super cool because, the idea of, Evening Wolf was just kind of a cool deal. So, I mean, my appreciation of the saga goes to the way back. So it's been really, but again, Svan and I have been doing this for, whatever. I've been doing this for, 24 years now. Svan's been doing it for, at a decade longer than that, maybe. We've been doing this for a long time, and a lot of this material we've covered. And then once you read it all the way through, you reference it here and there, you look for a thing. You may read a portion, but you don't go back through the same way that we're doing it when you're presenting it to someone else or when you're reading it to someone else. And this is really a treat to get to do. So, I'm thoroughly enjoying the experience. I'm glad that you're enjoying going back through it. And I hope that you guys in the audience are. And I get not bombarding us with questions because, again, we just want to listen to Svan tell us a story. Right now, we just want Matt to shut up. Svan will get back to the story. But realistically, if you have questions that come up, and I think this is a good intermission time, if you have questions that come up, VNS@runestone.org is where you can submit your questions anytime you want, and we'll answer them later. If you're going back and you're listening to this as a podcast, or if you're watching it after the fact, do remember those questions. Send them in, or if you want, just remember them and ask the next time you're here. As they come up, we're very happy to address those when they do, but I think all of us are just kind of enjoying going through the story. So, Svan, if you will, can you take us into chapter 15?
Yes, chapter 15, King Harold.
Femtown in Eastland Scoop. I said Femtown in Eastland Scoop.
Yeah, actually, and I was reading some of the stuff in here. There's mentions of the numbers as well, and I was like, oh, yeah, I saw it, and I was like,
we nerd out. If I'm doing cringy, like nerd out, like inner position of Icelandic stuff, something we're working on really hard. It's a personal struggle of mine. I'm going through with it this time. I've tried about 5 times since I came home to Asatru, but we got a solid plan. But learning the language is really important. And I've learned that even more so as we've gone through pieces of lore in this program. Little differences in translation can really give you a different perspective or a different angle on certain things. And so I've been finding that really beneficial, but that's something that we're all working on. I'm not currently a paid advertiser for the Pimsleur method, but I strongly endorse it and appreciate it. I'm on lesson 13 of the Icelandic course, and it's awesome. I've made more progress than I've ever made. Not saying I'm good at it, but I'm saying I'm a lot better at it than I was a couple of weeks ago. And it's pretty exciting. So I would recommend that if anybody would like to learn Icelandic or get closer to learning Old Norse.
And these translations here are really cool to see. This is one of the first times in which, and I'm like kind of piecing through them and seeing like when they say like, we'll bring you more wealth, it says here like that we'll, like my brother and I to your hand will bring more wealth when we travel there. So they do leave out some stuff, but it's kind of cool because it's not that far off. They're just leaving out, I think, details that are already established.
Well, I was mentioning earlier my translation, like your translation was saying so-and-so the courageous, and mine said so-and-so the wicked, but it's kind of halfway in between. It means like the like aggressive beast. Yes, it means without fear, but it also means like a bestial, like ravenous kind of way as well. Unwilling. So it's kind of halfway between the two. It's an interesting kind of middle ground. But and again, I wasn't this guy when I started out. I wasn't this guy when I came home to Asatru, but it really doing this for the time that I have, engaging with the gift cycle with the Aesir in the way that I have over the time that I have, I've really come to learn and come to appreciate how much trying to internalize the linguistics adds to our appreciation, our understanding of the sources that we have. So for what it's worth, I would encourage that heavily.
And to bring us back round, Thorolf is contesting against, he's finding out that he's being slandered by these two brothers that feel that they are owed one of the estates that Thorolf won through his friend Bard, who gave it to him upon his deathbed. So, and the king is kind of in the middle of this, and which way is the king going to go? Is he going to have Thorolf, offed, and the brothers have kind of said they don't want him killed. They think that you should bring Thorolf into your court and have him with you, so that you can watch him. And this in effect would remove him from that estate, so that, and then they're just happen to be conveniently ready to take it all over. So from the outside, it's just so blatant. But I could kind of, like you said, you're internalizing these thoughts and thinking, But I mean, it's like, who are these guys? Like, why is Harold paying them any heed at all? But and their treachery goes even worse here. So Hildry the sons had been that winter with King Harold, and in their company 12 men of their own household and neighbors. The brothers were often talking with the king, and they still spoke in the same way of Thorolf. Herrick asked, "Didst thou like well, O king, the Finn's tribute that Thorolf got thee?" "I did," said the king. "Then thou wouldst be very surprised if thou hadst received all that belonged to thee." But it was far from being so. Thorolf kept for himself the larger share. He sent 3 bearskins, but I know for certain that he kept back 30 that were by right thine. And I guess it was the same with other things. This will prove true, O king, that if thou put the stewardship into the hand of myself and my brother, we will bring you more wealth. And all that they said about Thorolf, their comrades bore witness, wherefore the king was exceedingly angry. Sorry, I'm trying to read past something. The camera's in the way. In chapter 16, Thorolf and the king. So in the summer, Thorolf went south to King Harold at Throndheim, taking with him all tribute and much wealth besides, and 90 men well arrayed. When he came to the king, he and his were placed in the guest hall and entertained magnificently. On the morrow, Alvernuf, remember this is again the guardsman who's been at the right hand of the king, but also knows Thorolf, knew his father, and has kind of been running interference for them as Harold came into rise. So Oliver now is older, and he's a statesman, and he's kind of Thorolf's man, if you will, like on the inside of things. Alvernuf went to his kinsman Thorolf, and they talked. Alvar said Thorolf was much slandered, and the king gave ear to such tales. Thorolf asked Alvar to plead his cause with the king. "For," said he, "I shall be short-spoken before the king if he choose rather to believe the lies of wicked men than the truth and honesty which he will find in me." The next day, Alvar came to see Thorolf and told him he had spoken his business to the king, but he said, "I know no more than before what is it of his mind." "Then I must myself go to him," said Thorolf. And he did so. He went to the king where he sat at meat. And it's worth noting, too, the usage of sitting at meat. Meat wasn't, again, utilized as a word for the substance of flesh, but it was instead the meal itself. So he sat to meal, and when he came, he greeted the king. The king accepted his greeting and bade that they serve him a drink. Thorolf said that he had there the tribute belonging to the king from Finnmark, and yet further portion of booty have I brought you as a present, O king. And what what I bring will, I know, all it's worth to this, that it is given out of gratitude to thee. So he's saying, I'm bringing already what I'm supposed to tribute to you, but I got more because of my defeating of these raiders that were messing around with another king far to the east. And I'm giving it to you out of gratitude. The king said that he would accept not but good from Thorolf, because, said he, I deserve not less, or not else. Yet men tell me two tales of thee, as to thy being careful to win my approval. So now he's saying, I accept it, but the reasonings behind it, I'm told that you're trying to butter me up because the other stuff I'm hearing. And Thorolf says, I am herein not justly charged. If any say that I have shown disloyalty to thee, this I think with truth, that they who speak such lying slanders of me will prove to be in no wise thy friends. But it is quite clear that they are my bitter enemies. 'Tis likely, however, that they will pay dearly, for it is if we come to deal together. So he's saying, if we can put this to rest, and we can join, my troth to you is still, and I've stood with you. If you believe me, they will be in trouble. The enemies, obviously, these two brothers, if you will. And then Thorolf went away. But on the morrow, Thorolf counted out the tribute in the king's presence, and when it was all paid, he then brought out some many bearskins and sables, which he begged the king to accept. Many of the bystanders said that this was well done and deserved of friendship. The king said that Thorolf had himself taken his own reward. Thorolf said that he had loyally done all he could to please the king. But if the king likes it not, said he, I cannot help it. The king knows when I was with him and his train, or at the battle, the group, how I bore myself. It is wonderful to me if the king thinks me other now than he proved me to be then. The king answered, Thou didst bear thyself well, Thorolf, when thou wert with us, and this, I think, is best to do still, that you should join my guard, and bear my banner, and be captain over my guard. Then will no man slander thee. If I can oversee night and day what thou conduct is. So now you start to see the king is transferring this. He's going to do what was kind of told to him by these two brother nobodies. And at the same time, it's an insult, but it's not aggressively an insult towards Thorolf. Because again, he's being accepted into the guard, but it's all kind of falling into place where ultimately the king is kind of being led. Thorolf looked on either hand where stood his housecarls. Then said he, Loth were I to deliver up these, my followers, about thy titles and grants to me. O king, thou wilt have thine own way, but my following I will not deliver up while I means last, though I manage at my own sole cost. My request and wish, O king, is this, that thou come and visit me at my home, and hear word of my men, whom thou art truest, what witness they bear to me in this matter. Thereafter, do as thou find proof to warrant. So what he's saying is at this point, I don't want to be leaving of these estates that I have, but I ask you to come and listen to the men that follow me, and ask them questions, like basically, inquisit them as to if these slanders are true, and you'll find that they're not. But if you come and listen and bear witness to them, but if you decide to do whatever you want to do, I will follow along with it. The king answered and said that he would not again accept entertainment from Thorolf. So Thorolf went out and made ready to return home. But when he was gone, the king put into the hands Hildrith's sons his business in Hålogaland, which Thorolf had before had, and also the Finnmark journey for tribute in Finland. The king claimed ownership of the estate at Torger and of all the property that Brynjolf had had, and all this he gave into the keeping of Hildrith's sons. The king sent messengers with tokens to Thorolf to tell him of this arrangement, whereupon Thorolf took the ships belonging to him and put on board all the chattels he could carry, and with all his men, both freedmen and thralls, and sailed northward to his farm in Sandnes. So the king tells him, you're off your land. And so he goes to his original estate. So he abides by the rules of the Lord, his king. But again, where does this go and how deep does this create this fissure? When he kept up no fewer and no less than the state before. So he takes everything that he could and he leaves the land and goes back to his original place. And Hildrith's sons, chapter 17, Hildrith's sons are now doing the Finnmark tribute, and they also go to Harold's court, chapter 17. Hildrith's sons took the business in Hålogaland, and none gainsaid this because of the king's power, but Thorolf's kinsmen and friends were much displeased at the change. The two brothers went on the fell in the winter, taking with them 30 men to Finnmark. There seemed much less honor in these stewards than when Thorolf came, and the money due was far worse paid. That same winter, Thorolf went up on the fell with 100 men. He passed on at once eastward to Kvenland and met the king, Faravid, that he had met before. They took counsel together and resolved to go on the fell again as in the winter before, and with 400 men, they made a descent into Krialand, or Krialaland, I always forget that second law, and attacked those districts for which they had thought themselves a match in numbers, and harrying they took much booty and returned back to Finnmark as the winter wore on. And in the spring, Thorolf went home to his farm and then employed his men at fishing in Valgar and some in heron fishing. And they had to take of every kind brought to his farm. So Thorolf kind of spends his winter, building that friendship with the other king in the east. And I don't think he's doing this out of disrespect. I think he just saw an opportunity that they could go southward and, try their will against some armies and make a lot of prosperity for the both of them. And then after that, he has all of the stocks of fish and meat filled up at his farm, and everything's good. Thorolf had a large ship which was waiting to put to sea. It was elaborate in everything. It was beautifully painted down to the sea line. The sails were carefully striped with blue and red, and all the tackling as elaborate as the ship itself. The tackling, of course, is the flags, the roping, all of the knotwork and binding the dragon head, and all of those extra accoutrements. So Thorolf had his ship made ready. He put aboard some of his housecarls as crew. He freighted it with dried fish, hides, ermine, and gray furs in abundance, and other peltry such as he had gotten from the fell. It was a most valuable cargo. This ship he bade sail westward for England to buy him clothes and other supplies that he needed. And they first, steering southward along the coast, then stretching across the main, came to England. There they found a good market, laded the ship with wheat and honey and wine and clothes, and made sail back in autumn with a fair wind to come back to Hordaland. That same autumn, though, Hildrith's sons carried tribute to the king. But when they paid the king himself, the king himself was present, and he saw, and he said this: Is this the tribute now paid, all thee took from Finnmark? It is, they answered. Less by far, said the king, and much worse paid is the tribute now than when Thorolf gathered it. Yet ye said that he managed the business ill. It is well, O king, said Herrick, that thou hast considered how large a tribute shall usually come from Finnmark, because thus now knowest how much thou losest. If Thorolf waste all the tribute before thee, last winter we were in Finnmark with 30 men, as had been the wont of thy stewards there heretofore. Soon after came Thorolf with 100 men, and we learnt this, that he meant to take the lives of us 2 brothers and all of our followers, his reasons being that thou, O king, handedst thou over the land of business that he wished to have. It was then that our best choice to shun a meeting of him and save ourselves. Therefore, we quickly left the settled districts and went on. So now what they're basically trying to say is Thorolf scared them off, that Thorolf is a threat to the king. And that's the only that's why they came back with such small amounts, is that in essence, Thorolf is threatening them, but he's also cutting in on the bounty of the king. Just absolute scum. But Thorolf went all around Finnmark with his armed warriors. He had all the trade, and the Finns paid him tribute. And he hindered thy stewards from entering Finnmark. He means to be made the king over the north there, both over Finnmark and Hålogaland. And the wonder is that thou wilt listen to him in anything whatever. Herein my true evidence be found, that Thorolf's ill-gotten gains from Finnmark, for the largest merchant ship in Hålogaland was made ready for sea in Sandnes in the spring, and all the cargo board was said to be of Thorolf's. It was laden mostly, I think, with gray furs. But there would be found bearskins and sables, more than Thorolf brought thee. And with that ship went Thorgils the Yeller, and I believe he sailed westward to England. But if thou wilt know the truth of this, set spies on the track of the ship in our days has carried much store of wealth. And I am telling thee what is true, O king, when I say that to thee belongs every penny on board that ship. So they're saying that the reason why they got less is because Thorolf was blocking them and taking tribute for himself, when in reality he was farther in the east of Finland and down south, most likely in what would be like Latvia, and was fighting in wars there and taking bounty, and had come back and laden the ship for goods. But here we have Herrick just saying like, oh no, it's all belongs to you. And he all those things he kept from you. Now he's, getting money in England. And all that Herrick said, his companions confirmed, and none there ventured to gainsay against it. So, chapter 18, Thorolf's ship is taken. There were 2 brothers named Sigtryg, Swiftfarer, and Halvard, Hardfarer, kinsmen of King Harold on the mother's side. From their father, a wealthy man, they had inherited the estate of Hising. 4 brothers there were in all, but Thord and Thorgir, the 2 younger, were still at home and managed the estate. Sigtryg and Halvard carried all the king's messages both within and without the land, and had gone on many dangerous journeys, both for putting men out of the way and confiscating goods of those whose homes the king ordered to be attacked. They kept about them a large following. They were not generally in favor, but the king prized them highly. None could match them at traveling, either on foot or on snowshoe, and in voyaging also they were speedier than others. Valiant men they were, and very wary. So these are some hard dudes in Harold's family, and used to kind of do his bidding with extending his reach beyond the land. These two men were with the king when those things happened, and that have just been told to them. In the autumn, the king went to the banquet in Hordaland, and one day he summoned to him the brothers Halvard and Sigtryg. And when they came, he bade them go with their following and spy after the ship in which Thorgill, the housecarl of Thorolf, had taken westward to England. Bring me, said he, the ship and all that is in it. Except the men, let them go their way in peace, if they do not try to defend the ship. The brothers made them ready for this, and taking each one of his long ships, went to seek Thorgill's, and learnt that he had come from the west, and sailed northward along the coast. Northwards after him went they, and found him in Fear Sound. They knew the ship at once, and laid one of their ships on the seaward side of her, while the other of them landed, and then went out on the ship by the gangways. Thorgill's crew, apprehending no danger, made no defense. They found out nothing till many of the armed men were aboard, and so they were all seized, and afterwards put on shore weaponless, with nothing but the clothes that they wore. But Halvar's men drew out gangways, loosened cables, and towed the ship, and then turned them about and sailed southwards along the coast till they met the king, to whom they brought the ship and all that was in it. And when the cargo was unloaded, the king saw it was great with wealth, and what Herrick had said was no lie. But Thorgils and his comrades on conveyance, and went to Kveldolf and his son. So now Thorgils is left there on the shore. He makes his way back to Kveldolf and his son, and told of the misadventure of their voyage. Yet where they were well received. Kveldolf said all was tending to what had been foreboded. So now Kveldolf is older, and Grim is running his lands. And he says, I knew it. My son is getting what Harold, what he knew Harold would do is turn on him. And that he would not have good luck in friendship with Harold. And I care little, said he, for Thorolf's money's loss in this, if worse does not come after. But I misdoubt, as before, that Thorolf will not rightly rate his own means against the stronger power with which he has to deal. And he bade Thorgils say this to Thorolf. My counsel is that you go away out of the land, for maybe you will do better for yourself if you serve under the kings in maybe England or Denmark or of Sweden. Then he gave Thorgils a rowing cutter and some tackling to complete, a tent also, and provisions, and all things needful for their journey. They departed and stayed not their journey till they came to Thorolf, and they told him of all that had happened and passed this message. Thorolf took his loss cheerfully and said that he should not be short of money. 'Tis good, said he, to be in partnership with the king. He then bought meal and all that he needed for the maintenance of his people. His housecarls must, for a while, he said, be less bravely attired than he had purposed. Some lands he sold, some he mortgaged off, but he kept all expenses as before. He had no fewer men with him than last winter, nay, rather more. And as to the feasts and friends entertained at his house, he had more means for all than before. He stayed at home all winter. So despite all of this, he's not upset at the king, and he still entertains all his guests despite the loss. Chapter 19, Thorolf retaliates. When spring came and the snow and the ice were loosened, Thorolf launched a large warship of his own. And he had it made ready and equipped his housecarls, taking with him more than 100 men, and a goodly company there were. and well weaponed. And when a fair wind blew, Thorolf steered southward along the coast till he came to Birda. Then they held an outer course outside the islands. But at times, though, channels between hill slopes. Thus they coasted on southward and had no tidings of men till they came eastward to Vik. There they heard that King Harold was in Vik, meaning in the summer to go to Upland. The people of the country knew nothing of Thorolf's voyage. With a fair wind, he held south to Denmark and thence into the Baltic, where he harried through the summer, but got no good booty. And in the autumn, he steered back from east to Denmark at the time. So he's traveling the Baltic and he's now heading back to Denmark. When the fleet at Eidar was breaking up, in the summer, there had been, as was usual, many ships from Norway. Thorolf let all these vessels sail past and did not show himself. One day at eventide, he sailed to Mostrar Sound, where in the haven was a large ship of burden that had come from Eirar. The steersman was named Thorir Thruma. He was the steward of King Harold's manager of his farm at Thruma, a large farm in which the king used to make long stay when he was in Vik. Much provision was needed for his farm, and Thorir had gone to Eirar for this, to buy cargo, malt, wheat, honey, and much wealth of the king had he for that end. Thorolf made for the ship and offered Thorir and his crew the choice to defend themselves, but as they had no force to make defense against such numbers, they yielded. The ship, with all its freight, Thorolf took. But Thorir he put out on an island. Then he sailed northward along the coast with both ships. And when they came to the mouth of the Elbe, they lay there and waited for night. And when it was dark, they rowed their long ship up the river and stood in for the farm buildings belonging to Halvar and Sigtrig. So by this time now, Thorolf has figured out who robbed him. And stuff is a-brewing. It's getting wild. They came there before daybreak and formed a ring of men around the place. And then they raised a war whoop and wakened those within, who quickly leapt for their weapons. Thorgir at once fled from his bedchamber. Round the farmhouse with high wooden palings at these Thorgir leapt, grasping with his hands the stakes, and so swung himself out of the yard. Thorgis Yeller was standing near. He made a sweep with his sword at Thorgir and cut off his hand along with the fence stake. Then Thorgir escaped to the wood, but Thord, his brother, fell slain there, and more than 20 men. Thorolf's band plundered and burnt the house, then went back down the river to the sea. With a fair wind, they sailed north to Vik. There again they fell in with large merchant ship belonging to the men of Vik, laden with malt and meal. For this ship they made. But those on board, deeming that they had no defense, yielded and were disarmed and put on shore. And Thorolf's men took the ship and its cargo and went on their way. Thorolf had now 3 ships with which he sailed westward by fold. Then they took to the high road of the sea in Lidandisness, going with all dispatch, but making raid and lifting cattle and on Ness and shore. Northwards towards Lidandis, they held a course furthermore, but pillaged wherever they touched land. But when Thorolf came over against the Firths, he then turned his course inward and went to see his father, Kveldolf. And there they were made welcome, and Thorolf told his father what had happened in the summer voyage. He stayed there but for a short time, and Kveldolf and his son Grim accompanied him to the ship. But before they parted, Thorolf and his father talked together, and Kveldolf said, I was not far wrong, Thorolf, in telling thee, when thou wentst to join King Harold's guard, that neither thou nor we, thy kindred, would be in long run with good fortune therefrom. Now thou hast taken up the very counsel against which I warned thee. Now matchest thy force against the king, against King Harold's. But thou art well endowed with valor and prowess. Thou hast not luck enough for this, though, to ply on even terms with the king, a thing whereon no one here in the land has succeeded, though others have had great power and large force of men. And by foreboding is that this is our last time meeting. So Kveldolf is of the mindset, I think, of soothsaying. He knows how, whether he's reading the runes or he just knows of augury, but he says that, I told you this would happen, and now you've leveled against the king in force, but men with far more have done so and fallen, and I think that this has sealed your fate. After this, Thorolf embarked and went his way, and no tidings are told of his voyage till he arrived home at Sandness, and caused to be conveyed to his farm all the booty he had taken, and his ship set up upon the land. And there was now no lack of provisions to keep his people through the winter. Thorolf stayed on at home with no fewer men than the winter before. So he's maintaining his men by doing this. And this is, again, another sign of that leveling of how well he's doing, is that nobody's leaving his charge, and he's, doing what a house owner would do. The problem is he's now done it against the king. Chapter 20. Skallagrim's marriage. There was a man named Ingvar, powerful and wealthy. He had been a baron of the former kings, but after Harold came to the throne, Ingvar sat at home and served not the king. Ingvar was married and had a daughter named Bera. Ingvar dwelt in the firths. Bera was his only child and heiress. Grim, Eldolf's son, asked Bera to wife, and the match was arranged, and Grim took Bera in the winter following the summer when Thorolf had parted from him and his father. So while all of that was happening, and, again, he had made these arrangements, after his brother left, he went to continue his arrangements of wedding Bera with a landowner who, like Kveldolf, was not particularly loyal to the king in no way or form. Grim was then 25 years old and was now bald. Wherefore, he henceforth was called Skallagrim. He had then the management of all the farms belonging to his father. And that's another thing worth knowing. He's bald, so the Skalla part comes in, but the Grim part was since he was a baby. So he was probably just, mean mugging his parents as a baby. And they were like, oh, little Grim. So more than so much, he's not ugly as he is just balding early.
First flag on the play. You don't know if he was ugly or not. He could have been hideous.
Well, that's true, too. They could have just called him Grim because he was an ugly baby. But
I mean, his boy and the hero of our saga is noted as not being a good-looking man.
Right. So maybe that, it passed on to him. But, I mean, at the same time, that grim countenance, I know, too, just has a lot of weighted word in the idea of just being mean-looking and having that face of like, intensity. But I don't know. It could be ugly as well.
Both grumpy and ugly.
Really want
the one can lead to the other.
Right. I'm bald early and now I'm pissed off, and that's why I'm always No,
it's a thing.
But it's interesting to note at 25, again, this also makes them again, humanizes and makes people, I think, realize too, like this was an account of situations even back then. I've met, being a barber, I've met young men who have dealt with balding issues and things of that nature at a very young age. And it just kind of makes them a little bit more relatable, I think, too. And Grim had the management of the farms belonging to his father and all that they produced. Though Kveldolf was yet a hale and strong man. So even though he's old, he's strong, he's still in good health, but Grim is taking over. And they had many freedmen about them and many men who had grown up there at home and were about Skallagrim's equal in age. Men of prowess and strength were mostly, for both father and son chose strong fellows to be their followers and trained them after their mind. Skallagrim was like his father in stature and strength, as also in face and temper. So ugly and mean, but had stout men in their charge. Chapter 21. Halvard and his brother go to Thorolf. King Harald was in Vik while Thorolf was harrying, and in the autumn he went to Uppland and thence northward to Throndheim, where he stayed through the winter with a large force. Sigtryg and Halvard were there with him. They had heard of what happened, what Thorolf had done at their house in Hising, what scathe he had wrought on the men and their property. They often reminded the king of this, and withal how Thorolf had plundered the king and his subjects, and had gone about harrying within the land. They begged the king to leave that they two brothers might go with their usual following and attack Thorolf for these grievances. And the king answered thus: Ye methink he have good cause for taking Thorolf's life, but I doubt your fortune falls far short of this work. So I don't think, even though he attacked and he probably deserves, you're not taken aback from this loss. Thorolf is more your match, brave and doughty as ye may deem yourselves. So he thinks, it's a fool's errand to try to go and kill him, because he's probably going to win against you. The brothers said that this would be put to proof if the king would just grant them the leave. And they had often run great risk against men on whom they had less to avenge. And generally, they won the day. And when spring came, the men made ready to go their several ways. Then did Halvard and his brother again urge their request that they might go and take Thorolf's life. So the king gave them leave. And I know, he said, ye will bring me his head, and many costly things withal when ye come back. Yet some do guess that if ye sail north, ye will both sail and row south. They made them ready with all speed, taking 2 ships and 200 men. And when they were ready, they sailed with northeast wind out to the Firth. But that is a headwind for those coasting northward. The death of Thorolf Kveldolfsson. Chapter 22. King Harald was at Hlada when the brothers went away. Immediately after this, the king made him ready with all haste and embarked his force on 4 ships, and they rowed up to the Firth. And so by Bay to sea, inwards in the isthmus of Elda. There he left his ships behind and crossed the isthmus northward to Naumdal. The king there took ships belonging to the landowners and embarked his force on them, having with him his guard and 400 men. 6 ships he had well equipped, both with weapons and men. They encountered a fresh headwind and rowed night and day making what progress they could. The night was then light enough for travel. On the evening of a day after sunset, they came to Sandness and saw laying there opposite the farm a long ship with a tent spread out, which they knew to be Thorolf's. He was even then purposing to sail away, and had bidden them brew the ale for their parting carousal. The king ordered his men to disembark, and then his standard to be raised. It was but a short way to the farm and buildings. Thorolf's watchmen sate within drinking, and were not gone to their posts. Not a man was without, all sate within drinking. The king had a ring of men set around the hall. So basically, the brothers did not make it there. So Thorolf went another direction to get there. King Harold went there in another direction because the two brothers didn't make it. So now he's going there. And Thorolf is not the wiser because all his men are partying. So the king had a ring of men set around the hall. Then they shouted a war whoop, and a war blast was blown from the king's trumpet, on hearing which Thorolf's men sprang for their weapons, for each man's weapon hung above the seat. The king caused some to make proclamation at the door, bidding women and children, old men, thralls, and bondmen come out. Then came out Sigríður, the mistress, and with her the women that were within, and the others to whom permission was given. Sigríður asked if the sons of Kari Birdlaw were there. They both came forward and asked what she would of them. She said, "Lead me to the king." So the king's men surround and say that all the women and the servants can come out. They don't need to die. And she comes out and says she wants to speak to the king. And of course, all the others are coming out. They did so, but when she came to the king, she said, "Will anything, my lord, avail to reconcile thee with Thorolf?" The king answered, "If Thorolf will yield him to my mercy, then shall he have life and limb, but his men shall undergo punishment according to the charges against them." Upon this, Alvernuf went to the room and had Thorolf called to speak with him, and told him the terms of the king that were offered him. Thorolf answered that he would not take of the king compulsory terms or reconciliation. "Bid thou the king allow us to go out, and then leave we things to go their own course." The king said, "Set fire to the room. I will not waste my men by doing battle with him outside. I know that Thorolf will work us great man scathe. So he will strike many a man from my host if he come out, though he has fewer men than we." So fire was set to the room, and it soon caught, because the wood was dry and the walls were tarred, and the roof was thatched with birch bark. Thorolf bade his men break up the wainscoting and get gable beams, and so burst through the planking. And they're busting out of the building in all directions. And when they got to the beams, then as many men as could hold on to it took one beam, and they rammed at the corner with the other beam as hard as the clasps flew out. The wall started asunder, and there was a wide outlet. First went out Thorolf, then Thorgil's Yeller, then the rest ones after another. Fierce then was the fight, nor for a while could it be seen which had the better of it, for the room guarded the rear of Thorolf's force, so they couldn't be flanked or surrounded, and the king lost many men before the room began to burn. Then the fire attacked Thorolf's side, and many of them fell. Now Thorolf bounded forward and hewed on either hand. Small need to bind the wounds of those who encountered him. he made for where the king's standard were. So now he's fighting two-handed and moving towards King Harold. But when Thorolf reached the shield wall, he pierced with a stroke the standard bearer, crying, "Now am I but 3 feet short of my aim." Then bore at him both sword and spear, but the king himself dealt him the death wound, and he fell forward at the king's feet. The king called out then and bade them cease further slaughter, and they did so. After this, the king bade his men to go down to the ships. To Alvernuf and his brother, he said, "Take ye Thorolf's kinsmen, and give them honorable burial. Bury also the other men who had fallen here, and see to the binding of the wounds of those that have hope for life. But let none plunder here, for all this is now my property." This said, the king went down to the ships, and most of his force with him. And when they were come on board, men began to bind their wounds. And the king went round the ship and looked at his men's wounds. And when he saw a man's binding a surface wound, he said, "Thorolf gave not that wound. His wound bites were far otherwise few, methinks. Bind the wounds which he gave, and great loss have we in such men." As soon as the day dawned, the king had his sail hoisted, and he sailed south as fast as he could. As the day wore on, they came upon many rowing vessels in all the sound between the islands. The forces on board them had meant to join Thorolf, for spies of his had been southward as far as Naumdal. The far and wide about the islands, they had got to know how Halvard and his brother were come from the south with a large force, meaning to attack Thorolf. Halvard's company was constantly met with headwind and had waited about in various havens until news of them had gone to the upper way of Overland, and Thorolf's spies had become aware of it, and this gathered of force what was on this account. So these forces were gathering because of the two brothers, but they just couldn't make it there. And so already people loyal to Thorolf were building. The king sailed before a strong wind till he came to Naumdal, where he left the ships behind and went by land to Throndheim, where he took his own ships that he had left there, and thence stood out to Lada. These tidings were soon heard and reached Halvard and his men where they lay. They then returned to the king, and their voyage was much mocked at. So because they went to go kill Thorolf, and the king ended up having to go there and do it himself, these two brothers were kind of like joked for not having any luck at doing this. The brothers, Alvernuf and Ivan Lambi, remained a while at Sandnes and saw to the burial of the slain. To Thorolf's body they gave all the customary honors paid at burial of a man of wealth and renown, and set over him a memorial stone. They saw also to the healing in the wounded, and they arranged all the house to Sigrid, his wife. All the stock remained, but most of the house furniture and table service and clothing was burnt. And when this was done, they went south and came to the king Harold at Throndheim, and were with him for a while. They were sad and spoke little with others. And it was so that one day the brothers went before the king, and Alvar said, "This permission we brothers claim of thee, O king, that we go home to our farms, for such things have happened here that we have no heart to share drink and seat with those who drew weapons against our kinsman Thorolf." The king looked at them and answered curtly, "I will not grant you this. You shall be here with me." And they went back to their place. Next day, as the king sat in the audience hall, he had the brothers called to him and said, "Now shall ye know of that your business which ye began with me, craving to go home. Ye have been some while here with me, and have borne you and have borne you well, and always done your duty. I have thought well of you in everything. Now will I Now will I, Eyvind, that thou go north to Hålogaland. I will give thee in marriage Sigríður of Sandris. So you now will marry Thorolf's wife. Her that Thorolf had to wife, and will bestow on thee all the wealth that belonged to Thorolf. Thou shalt also have my friendship, if thou canst keep it. But Alver shall remain with me, for his skill as a skald I cannot spare him. The brothers thanked the king for the honor and granted to them, and said that they would willingly accept it. Then Eyvind made him ready for the journey, getting good suitable ship. The king gave him tokens for the matter. His voyage sped well, and he came north to Alost and then to Sandnes. Sigríður welcomed him, and Eyvind then showed her the king's tokens and declared the purpose of his errand, and asked her in marriage, saying that it was the king's message that he should obtain such a match. But Sigríður saw that her only choice as things had gone was to let the king rule it. So the arrangement was made, and Eyvind married Sigríður, receiving with him the farm and Sandnes and all the property that had once been Thorolf's. Thus, Eyvind became a wealthy man. The children of Eyvind and Sigríður were Fid the Squinter, father of Eyvind Scaldspoiler, and Gerlau, whom Sigvat Red had to wife. Fid Squinter married Gunhilda, daughter of Earl Halfdan. Her mother was Ingebjörg, daughter of the king Harold the Fairhair. Eyvind Lambi kept the king's friendship so long as they both lived. So this kind of part is speaking in note of key figures, but in essence, it leaves and settles much except for one last part. Chapter 3, the slaying of Hildrida's sons. So finally, perhaps just desserts coming to the treacherous against Thorolf. There was a man named Ketil Haying, son of Thorkil, Earl of Naumdal, and of Hrapnilda's daughter of Ketil Haying of Hrapnista. He was a man of wealth and renown. He had been a fast friend of Thorolf Kveldofsson and was his near kinsman. He had been out on that expedition when the forces gathered at Hålogaland with the intent to join Thorolf, as had been written above. But when King Harold went south, the men knew of Thorolf's slaying, and they called a gathering. So Ketil was coming to defend Thorolf when he found out that the two brothers were coming to kill him. And but then they found out later that the king had also come up, killed Thorolf, so then they stopped and gathered to meet. Haying took with him 60 men and turned to Torgar. Hildrada's sons were there. So basically, Ketil Haying is like, Thorolf's dead. The king has killed him. The brothers, they didn't make it. They're getting laughed at. But there are two other brothers that really caused all of this. And so now he's going for revenge for Thorolf. He went up to the farm and made an attack on them, and there fell Hildrida's sons and most of those who were there. And Haying and his company took all the wealth they could lay hands on. After that, Haying took 2 ships of burden, the largest he could get, and put on board all the wealth belonging to him that he could carry, his wife, his children he also took, and all the men that had been with him in the late work. And when they were ready and the wind blew fair, they sailed out to sea. A man named Bao, Haying's foster brother, of good family and wealth, steered the second ship. A few winters before, Ingolfur and Hjorleif had gone to settle in Iceland. Their voyage was much talked about, and 'twas said that there was good choice of land there. So Haying sailed west over the sea to seek Iceland. So this is Haying knew by killing these two treacherous backbiters that King Harold wasn't going to allow that. And because he was still showed great loyalty to Thorolf, he decided, no, I'm going to gather all of my stuff and gather this, these in Torger, all the stuff I could grab, and we're making our way towards Iceland. So Haying sailed west and over the sea to seek Iceland, and when they saw land, they were approaching it from the south. But because the wind was boisterous and the surf ran high on the shore, there was no haven. They sailed on westwards along the sandy coast, and when the wind finally began to abate, the surf to calm down, there before a wide river mouth. Up this river they steered their ships and lay close to the eastern shore thereof. That river is now called Fjords River. Its stream was then much narrower and deeper than it is now. They unloaded their ship and then searched the land eastward of the river, bringing their cattle after them. Haying remained for the first winter on the eastern bank of the outer Rong River. But in the spring he searched land eastward and then took land between Fjords River and Mark Fleet, from Fell to Firth, and made his home at Hovey by East Rong River. Ingjun, his wife, bare a son in the spring and after their first winter, and the boy was named Hrapn, which means raven. And though the house there was pulled down, the place continued to be called Hraptoft. Haying then gave Bow land in Fleet Lithe down from Mark River to the river outside of Breithe Bolstead, and he dwelt there in Leith End. To his shipmates, Haying gave land or sold it for a small price, and their first settlers were called land takers. Haying had sons. He had Storolf, Herolf, Helgi, and Vestar. They all had land. Hrapna was Haying's fifth son, and he was the first lawman in Iceland. He dwelt at Hofi after his father and was most renowned of Haying's son. So it's of belief that of the descent, Ketil Haying, that in the names of his sons, specifically Storolf and Herjolf, that this family in particular were descendants of the Heralds. And that is why there is a theory that the Heralds were in essence the first to start to settle Iceland. And it was through Ketil Haying and his sons. But now comes Kveldal's grief in chapter 24.
Negative. No, it does not. That comes a week from today.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was 23. I'm sorry. I thought it was 25.
No, it's all good.
But yeah, that's a great place to stop too.
It really is fortuitous. I just took 92 chapters and divided it by 4.
But here
that was not planned out, but that works out as a really good stopping point for this evening. About 4.5 hours. It's a good one of our earlier shows, a little bit long for our current run, but I think it's a really good stopping point, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. And I think it's also worth noting we're 1 quarter in. Ain't no Egill Skallagrimson.
Yes.
So so much of it is building the backstory and the context. It's always called, this is found in Sagas of the Icelanders, but we are just now getting our first reference to Iceland. Yeah, so I'm very excited. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I'm looking forward to next week. I appreciate you guys being here. We have a few more questions that we're going to go ahead and hit. I appreciate everybody in the audience listening. And this has been a really nice thing this evening. I'm pretty excited about it, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm looking at it through, it takes me back to when I was brand new to this, and it's kind of a neat thing in that way. Got a few questions stacked up, not a lot though, which is fine. It is getting late. So, from Heathen Man early on in the evening, there are times I do pray to the gods individually, but more often I gift to and say a general prayer to them as a group. I speak each of their names and say some words to each, thanking them for their blessings, possibly asking for their blessings, etc. Then leave an offering on the altar for them. Does it seem a bit impious to leave an offering for all gods at once and to speak to each during a single prayer, or do you think it's quote unquote better to focus more on one god at a time? So,
yeah.
What does better mean? Like, first, do I think it is impious? No, I do not at all think it is impious. I think I don't want to math it. I know somebody in the chat are probably really good at demographics, but I think there is 1 billion or so people that ought to leave offerings that have never once made an offering to one of our gods. That is impious. You stepping outside of that and choosing to make an offering to one of our gods is the definition of being pious. I think that's fantastic and beautiful that you do that. Is it better? I think it depends on what you're trying to do. It depends. There's often that I want to make an offering to a god or a goddess. Most often when I do a bloat, it is directed at one of the Aesir. But often when I do the Yule bloat, it's to the Aesir in general. It's a celebration of Yule. Before I did this broadcast, I got before my altar and I said a prayer to the Aesir generally, asking for their blessings with wisdom and eloquence to present this program in a way that honors them and speaking words that our folk need to hear to bring our folk home. It really depends what your intention is. I don't think better comes into play. I think what's the point comes into play. Yes, and as a side note that I think's referenced or that I think's relevant to what you're asking, yes, I think when you have the time and the availability, you should seek to know the gods and interact with them individually, because I think that is the most respectful way. I think that that's an important process. That doesn't make it inappropriate to address them as a unified body, but it does open up your ability to relate and build a gift cycle relationship between them individually. And I think both have their time and their place. But no, I don't think that's inappropriate at all. And the first step is making offerings to the gods. Beyond that, there are ways to grow in your piety, but that's not impious at all. That's a really nice thing. Svan, do you have any thoughts on it?
No, I think individually based on purpose, but all of the gods together if need be. And I think that's more prominent, especially in larger gatherings and things. I think it's I mean, all at once too is, to me, it seems very at tedium to say perhaps give gift in one moment to each individual of the gods, when in simple sense your bounty is spread to all of them. You're not you're giving unto the Aesir because you are a child of them. But I'm with you. It's based on need, and I think it's based on intention, and I think it's based off of function. But I don't think it's of offense or lesser to simply give to the Aesir your troth. Because you said it best. It's leagues and bound more than many of the folk who walk with their breath and their blood in their veins, who give nothing.
Yeah, I think the thing that I try to avoid out of a risk of impiety, you don't want to include them all but accidentally omit one. Like, hail the Aesir generally, fine. Hail Odin specifically, hail Tyr specifically, fine. Hail Odin, hail Thor, hail Balder, hail Njordr, hail Bragi, all the way, but then you miss one. That's where I feel I worry about impiety. Yeah, that's where somebody's left out. Like, hey, why not me? But no, I think hailing them as a group is completely appropriate. Hailing them individually, or maybe, a couple of them individually, if that's your purpose. It really depends on what you're doing. But again, making offerings to the gods is in and of itself pious. It is the very definition of piety. The Wolf Throne, again, asked this in the 6 o'clock hour. Do you stand? Well, because he asked this before we even started, so
right.
That he knew this. He's a veteran listener of this program. Where do you stand on moral relativism versus objective morality, and why? Also, do you think the lack of morality in today's age has a direct correlation to the lack of religion? So, last question first. Certainly it does. The complete ostracization and removal of piety from our society generally has absolutely led to a myriad of problems, one of which is the lack of moral compass and moral bearing. Lots of things are linked directly to that. One of the juxtaposition of moral relativism versus objective morality, I think in a lot of ways is a false dichotomy and pits people needlessly against each other in a silly way. I think that inherently we, specifically our folk, but maybe even broader than that, understand some basic right and wrong things. There is absolutely objective morality. There being objective morality does not prevent there also being subjective morality. Just as subjective morality does not prevent the existence of objective morality. I know that there becomes a perception that I am anti-scholarship or anti-philosophy or anti any of those things. It's not the case. I'm just pro-common sense, and I'm anti-delusion. you can't outthink common sense. We can try to, but it's hard. There's a point where intellectualization becomes mental gymnastics. We all understand a certain degree of basic right and wrong way to behave. Well, who's to say what's right and who's to say who's to people who have courage, people who have gumption, people who, have bearing as men and women are to say. We all have a varying degree of that, but there are basic things that are just certainly true. Cruelty towards innocence is inherently evil and wrong. We all understand that. Well, but wait, can you be cruel to people that deserve cruelty? Well, cool. There's a spectrum there. There's like a sliding scale. We can figure that out on. But cruelty to those who have not warranted cruelty is wrong. We all understand that. To pretend otherwise is dishonest. To forsake the existence of black and white because you acknowledge the existence of gray is buying into delusion. So I think that we all understand basic right from wrong. There is certainly a fine tuning where there's a gray area of what is appropriate and what's not appropriate that also exists. Both of those things can function together, and having a different standard of behavior towards different groups of people based on different criteria is also a completely reasonable thing. In Asatru, one of the big deciders of that is Utgard versus Inengarth. You have a certain, and then there's people that are straight up your enemies. Your behavior towards your enemies is different than your behavior towards your friends. Your behavior towards trusted friends and family between you and people who you are involved in a feud with, and people who just are objective neutral parties, all of those things have a different scale of what behavior is appropriate and what's not. But we all get that there's some things that are just objectively good and noble things, and there's some things that are objectively evil and bad things. We all know that to be true. And so I don't think it's a bad point of philosophy to discuss what things are in what categories, but I think it's dishonest to suggest that because we don't have the perfect answer to all situations that, well, all morality is subjective. No, it's not. It's just not. Svan, what say you on it?
I think that cosmic order and natural law are objective tenets of morality that kind of exude from the divine, but it is man who has a tendency, of course, to, in that search to attain, he is subjective. And like you said, that one does not cancel the other out. And again, we could argue which one is better, which one is more attainable. But at the end of the day, I think that subjective morality is more the note of humanity. And we, I think, attain the blessings of the gods when we try to exude the objective morality. But it's not that one is better or worse. It's just, again, it's like alignment towards. And in and of itself, the fact that we have that option, I guess, makes it subjective. But I do believe that the morality of the gods ultimately comes from these kind of standing points that are unchanging, or at least in particular too, cosmic order. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, it's exactly what you said. They don't cancel each other out, and it would be kind of foolish to say that mankind, the folk, live in objective morality, but yet we can make these choices, and some of these choices, I think, do lend towards attaining that truth. And I think, yeah, there is choices that we make that the gods find of a coming closer to that, and then there are choices and decisions and things that we make that fall short and veer away. And so we should scrutinize what we do, but I don't think they cancel each other out.
Well, so this is one of the reasons. Okay, so this is a feature of Asatru, and I assume this is a feature of other ethnic faiths. One of our touchstones, just because of history and how things have come about, we in the West often see religion through a Abrahamic lens. And it does us a disservice because that's not the default position. And I don't think that's the position shared by most of religion on earth in the existence of humanity. But it happens to be the popular thing in recent centuries and the one that we're probably most familiar with. And again, not my business what different races of people, how they relate to their ethnic gods. The very prescribed, thou shalt this, thou shalt not this, with like a weight and measure scale to everything, is very foreign to our faith and is kind of a cornerstone of Judaic Middle Eastern religion. I talk on here a lot about principle versus situational thou shalt not, because you can apply principles to a variety of time, place, politics, law, condition, and you can still be advised by principle. It's much harder to do that when everything is an exact science of this equals that, because that's very locked in a place. It's very locked in a time and in a context. The other thing is, moral principles are often balanced against one another. The world that we live in, and this is something that is not a sexy selling point for Asatru, but is part of the truth that makes us noble men and women. We are in position to make moral decisions on things when morality collides against one another. You know, would you do a small act? Would you do an act of immorality in a particular circumstance in order to cause a massive boon and a greater moral win for a mass amount of people? And we run it, you run into all those what if scenarios and I don't know if any of you guys and your friends did this, but me and my stupid friends from high school would do this a lot in various scenarios. The would you rather this or that? You come up with the most ridiculous juxtaposition of things. But if we're honest, and especially on the principle that we do not believe in equality, nothing is ever equal. There's always a right answer to any of those questions, even if it's the most absurd of choices. The discernment to find the best course of morality in an unclear or a murky scenario is important. It's not because morality has no ability to be objective. It's because objective morality can conflict with other objective morality when you factor in numbers and circumstance. You know, would you kill one innocent to save a million other innocents? Well, sure. But is that morally right or wrong? And philosophers can, you know, we can be self-indulgent about that a lot, but I think all of us know the right answer. I think when you come to, you know, stealing things isn't good. Well, cool. My kids are going to starve, or I can steal food from this dude over here that's not one of my kinfolk. I think we come to a point where we understand the objective morality. Because we have trouble defining a thing in a way that's universally accepted, doesn't negate our common sense and ingrained understanding of right and wrong. Where I find moral relativity offensive is when people use it as an excuse for immorality because they can't find perfect. The lack of being able to find perfect doesn't negate the clear and neon shining bright where good is. Just because you don't see where perfect is doesn't negate that there's good things and bad things. And we all know that. I think that's just a fundamental. We all know that. The other question, and this has come up a number of times and sometimes from the same questioner, any thoughts on how Germans call Jewish people Yetens, how they say it, and Jotens, how it is pronounced? Do you think it's a coincidence? I know it's hard to get into a controversial question. I've never heard that that's a thing that German speakers do. I'm unaware of that as a phenomenon. I'll address the meat of the question, but this is the first that I've heard that that's something German people do. Svan, have you ever heard that?
No. And I think this is, again, another attempt to create like a, you know, the gods versus the like a foreign race, if you will. But no, I've never heard that.
Well, it's that, but first, assuming that that's a thing that people do, which I'm not sure that it is, that's not a reflection of the lore. It's an analogy to things that you don't like. I think that in a pejorative sense, people use their own cultural context to portray their foes within that context all the time for the purpose of, you know, making a symbolism, making a comparison. I think Christians have a real propensity to any group of people that are opposed to their version of Christianity are the Amalekites or are the Hittites or some, you know, band of people from biblical text that are against the Hebrews. It doesn't mean that they really think these people are descendant from these ancient races of people. It's to liken them to the foes of ancient Israel. I think that if we're an ethnic group of people and we feel that another ethnicity is, you know, in the specific case of the Jotnar, are devouring, are consuming our resources or consuming our stuff or existing in a chaotic or parasitic way, to describe them as the Etens or the Jotnar, the consumers that way, that's an analogy to liken them to something from our cultural touchstone that has enmity with our gods and what we do. And that makes sense in that context. I think that we all have a tendency to do that. But I don't think there's any, again, there's a directionality. We liken things to things that are real and legitimate. We make analogy against that or in reference to that to explain things or to draw pictures. You don't take a current political situation and suggest that ancient scholars prophesied this long ago when they wrote down our lore, but to describe, I don't know, whatever is restricting me. If something out there is holding me back from my destiny or something I'm trying to do, man, these COVID restrictions are this is Jormungand restricting my ability to do things and to go out and make my way in the world. I don't think that's a bad analogy. I think it's a fine poetic way to express something. But no part of me thinks clearly in the Eddas, the references to Jormungand were a prophecy that in 2020 we would experience COVID lockdowns. It's an expression, and we use expressions based on our cultural context all the time. If that is the case and something that, German people do, then that's surely where that comes from and not, back, I don't know, retconning that to be what the lore meant. If that makes sense, and I hope that it does. So that said, I appreciate you guys being with us tonight. Been a long program, been an awesome program. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Svan, thank you so much for reading all of that to us, for breaking it down for folks. Hail Svaner Hin Guthritni.
You're gonna have to send me that under text so I can read that.
I already did. I sent you that hours ago.
Oh, you did.
Check your text messages because you're not multitasking.
No,
You're Svan the pious, not Svan the multitasker.
No, that is definitely, yeah, that's true.
But no, appreciate you guys. I'm genuinely excited for next week.
It gets good. There's a lot of cool stuff about next go round.
There's lots of cool stuff for the next 3 weeks.
I know.
I look forward to talking to y'all then. In between now and then, we're going to be celebrating the Day of Remembrance for the hero of this saga, Egill Skallagrimsson. That falls on next Monday. I would encourage all of you to take a moment, raise a horn, make an offering, speak his name aloud, and to celebrate him. And I think that a really good way of honoring him is continuing on this journey with us as we read the account of his life and the life of his kinfolk. But yeah, I hope that you guys are off to an amazing month. I'm excited for Yule. I'm excited for finishing off year 30 of the Asatru Folk Assembly and starting year 31 with all of you. A lot of cool things going on this month. Yule is a lot of our favorite time of the year. And yeah, we've got really exciting things. It's a really special time to be Asatru. It's a special time to be part of the Asatru Folk Assembly. And I'm honored to be sharing that with you guys. Till then, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.